Chapter 1134. Let go of me, you bastard. The girl was struggling, but how could she escape? The cultivator on top of her said with a perverted smile, Keep struggling. The harder you struggle, the better I'll feel. He began to take off his clothes. He couldn't wait to enjoy the girl. Pooh! At that moment, a cold light flew out from a tree 3 meters away. It was as fast as lightning. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before his head was cut off. The attacker was Lin Feng. He took out the regal sword mound and used the regal sword control art. He took the black dragon sword by surprise and killed the cultivator, who was worse than a beast. Lin Feng and Guan Guan quickly jumped down. Guan Guan took out her clothes and covered the girl's body. Damn it! Who are you? Seeing one of their companions killed, the rest of the cultivators roared angrily. Those people dispersed and surrounded Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and the young woman from the Tianwu clan. Looking at your clothes, you seem to be from the Great Qin Empire. Your cultivation is extraordinary, so you must have an important position in the Great Qin Empire. Are you members of the imperial family? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the leader of the cultivators. This person's aura was the strongest among the dozen cultivators. Lin Feng sensed his aura and found that he was around 260 years old. If this person was a member of the imperial family of the Grand Qin Empire, then he might be a prince or even a prince. Only a direct descendant of the imperial family could be so tyrannical. Moreover, he had a group of experts following him when he was training outside. These experts weren't simple either. If they weren't from the imperial family, then they were from the imperial family. The 7th prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ing Xiaokong. Who are you? The man had his hands behind his back, and his expression was cold. Lin Feng. You're Lin Feng? Many people were shocked. Clearly, they had already heard of the matter of Lin Feng stepping on Murong Tianshan, but they never thought that they would actually see Lin Feng in person today. Imperial Uncle Ing, you led some strong cultivators of the Great Qin Empire to the southern continent to help the group of 3 governments destroy the Great Rock Imperial clan. This little boy participated in that battle. It's said that he was the one who saved the little princess of the wild beasts. He must have obtained many treasures from the wild beasts. He must have many secrets. It seems like the heavens have been kind to us. They've allowed us to meet him here. We can kill him and take all his secrets. A crown prince by the name of Ing Zijing said. This person's cultivation was also abnormally tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that this Ing Zijing was not much weaker than Ing Xiaokong. Since that's the case, let's kill him. The group of people from the Great Qin Empire became excited. There were many strong cultivators on the other side. Lin Feng's side was weak. If they were to fight, they naturally had no chance of winning. When the group of people reached an agreement to attack Lin Feng, and the 2 others, Lin Feng immediately took out the 4 vicious cauldrons. He grabbed Guan Guan and the young woman from the Tianwu clan and threw them into the cauldrons. Activate them with me. We'll break out of this encirclement, said Lin Feng. It was very difficult for him to activate the 4 vicious cauldrons alone, but with Guan Guan's help, they should be able to activate some of their power. Back then, Lin Feng and Qian Piao Shui had activated the 4 vicious cauldrons together and killed Huangfu Wuji. How terrifying was the 4 vicious cauldrons' power! A monstrous amount of strength poured into the 4 vicious cauldrons. Just like Lin Feng, Guan Guan also poured her strength into the cauldrons. The young woman from the Tianwu clan had already been freed by Lin Feng. She could move again. Even though her cultivation level wasn't very high, she could still activate the 4 vicious cauldrons together. The 4 vicious cauldrons were surrounded by deployment marks, for terrifying energies filled the air. activate the Sealing Sky Formation, and seal the cauldrons. Ing Shaokong shouted in a deep voice, as a direct descendant of the great Qin Empire. Not only was he powerful, but his eyesight was also extremely shocking. He had seen through it with a single glance. He could tell that the 4 vicious cauldrons were going to collide with the 4 vicious cauldrons. At that time, they wouldn't be able to stop Lin Feng's group. The Sealing Sky Formation was a joint attack formation passed down by the Great Qin Empire's imperial family. This formation consisted of 3 parts: sealing, attacking, and defending. Many of the geniuses in the Great Qin Empire knew how to cultivate. When they went out, they would often join forces to use the Heaven Sealing Formation. Even if they encountered a more powerful cultivator and were sealed by their Heaven Sealing Formation, they would only end up dead. More than 10 experts of the Great Qin Empire joined forces to activate the Sealing Sky Formation to deal with Lin Feng's 4 vicious cauldrons. A huge net was condensed in the air. It was as if the net of heaven had a long way to go. The net fell from the sky and wrapped around the 4 vicious cauldrons. However, these people obviously underestimated the power of the 4 vicious cauldrons. Under the control of Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and the girl, the 4 vicious cauldrons exploded. They rushed left and right. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 vicious cauldrons collided with the experts of the Great Qin Empire again and again. Anyone who was hit by the 4 vicious cauldrons, no matter how strong they were, they would be killed by the 4 vicious cauldrons. In a short time, the 4 vicious cauldrons had killed 4 experts of the Great Qin Empire. Lin Feng locked onto Ing Shaokong and controlled the 4 vicious cauldrons to attack him. How could Ing Shaokong dare to resist the 4 vicious cauldrons with his own flesh and blood? He quickly rushed to the left. The 4 vicious cauldrons' speed was raised to the extreme. They directly tore apart the formation that Ing Shaokong was guarding and rushed away. Chase! Ing Shaokong's face was gloomy as he quickly chased after the cauldrons. The others followed closely behind. However, the 4 vicious cauldrons were too fast. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Because the 4 vicious cauldrons had consumed too much energy, Lin Feng and the others couldn't continue flying for more than 10 miles. The 3 of them flew out of the cauldrons. Lin Feng put the cauldrons in his dantian to nourish them. "Let's find a place to hide," said Lin Feng. "There's a valley ahead. Let's hide there." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. The 3 of them entered the valley and found a hidden cave. Lin Feng set up a concealment formation and a qi isolation formation. At that moment, Ing Shaokong and the others had already caught up. Their godly awareness was scanning the surroundings, but Lin Feng's group of 3 was isolated by a deployment spell. They had successfully evaded the godly awareness of Ing Shaokong and the others. They can't run away. They must be nearby. Look for them carefully. Ing Shaokong was really extraordinary. He didn't choose to leave. He glanced around and said coldly. In the cave, Lin Feng frowned. This was troublesome. Ing Shaokong was sure that the 3 of them were hiding there. If they destroyed the mountain range, the 3 of them would be forced to come out. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. Chapter 1135. The situation was very unfavorable for Lin Feng's group, so they frowned and prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Actually, the biggest problem was that if they were discovered, Ing Shaokong and the others would have a new way to deal with Lin Feng's group. If they only relied on the formation to block Lin Feng's group, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. The key was that Ing Shaokong was a prince of the Great Qin Empire, so he must have brought out a terrifying treasure. If he used it to deal with the cauldron, he might be able to forcefully stop the cauldron. At that time, Lin Feng's group wouldn't be able to escape easily. Lin Feng took out 3 jade leaf stones and gave one to each of them. They quickly refined them and recovered their magic power. Not far away, Ing Xiaokong's cold eyes scanned the surrounding forest gloomily. The experts of the Great Qin Empire, who had been searching for Lin Feng's group, returned one after another, but they didn't find any clues. If we can't find them, could they have already left this place? Someone asked. No way. They must still be nearby. Maybe they're hiding underground in the mountains or in the abyss. Find them. Destroy the mountains, crack the earth, and destroy the abyss. Ing Xiaokong said gloomily. Yes. The others nodded. Just as they were about to attack, a cultivator came from afar. This cultivator was tall and handsome. He was the third prince of the Great Qin Empire, Ing Zhantian. Third brother. Ing Xiaokong bowed slightly when he saw this person. Third prince. The others bowed to Ing Zhantian as well. Don't search anymore. We have more important things to do. Come with me. Ing Zhantian said. Ing Zhantian's status was even more extraordinary. He was known as the #1 genius of the Great Qin Empire, and his talent surpassed that of the first and second princes. Therefore, there were many people in the Great Qin Empire who supported Ing Zhantian. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient dynasties followed the principle of seniority, Ing Zhantian would have already become the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire. However, many people knew that the emperor of the Great Qin Empire hadn't appointed a crown prince because he was waiting for a good opportunity to make Ing Zhantian the crown prince. Therefore, Ing Zhantian's prestige in the Great Qin Empire was very high. Ing Xiaokong, who was also a prince, was also a supporter of Ing Zhantian. Of course, the competition for the position of crown prince in the Great Qin Empire was the same as the competition for the position of crown prince in many other empires. On the surface, it was calm, but in the dark, there were people who supported Ing Zhantian and the first and second princes. Now that Ing Zhantian had entered the Battle of Prodigies, he wanted to greatly increase his strength. If he was strong enough, he would be able to shut the mouths of many doubters and opponents. When Lin Feng and the two others saw those people leave, they took a deep breath. The three of them seized the time to recover. "Two," said the young woman, kneeling down and thanking Lin Feng and Guan Guan. With him. She was a demonic cultivator, but Guan Guan's way of doing things was not demonic at all. Demonic cultivators weren't all heinous devils. Guan Guan was bold and passionate. She didn't know how to hide her feelings. For example, when she said she liked Lin Feng, she didn't hide her feelings. She was also a very warm person. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is Belinda." The girl said, "All right, Belinda, we'll send you back now." Lin Feng didn't ask about the details of the outsiders. He didn't want Belinda to misunderstand and be on guard. Moreover, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't help the outsiders. The strength of the two of them was too insignificant in the face of so many cultivators. Sending Belinda back was already the most benevolent thing they could do. "Thank you, big brother and big sister." Belinda looked gratefully at Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The three of them didn't stop and headed straight for Belinda's village. Although Lin Feng didn't ask about the outsiders, Belinda still told Lin Feng and Guan Guan a lot of things. After many years of development, the outsiders were divided into 9 branches. The main branch was in the deepest part of the mountains. There were also 8 subsidiary veins scattered around the area. Firstly, they could protect the main vein, and secondly, they could better control the dangerous ancient forest. Because the ancient forest was full of powerful beasts, many outsiders had died under the claws of the beasts. 3 days later, Lin Feng, Guan Guan, and Belinda arrived at Belinda's village. However, when they arrived, They saw thousands of cultivators besieging Belinda's village. There was already a river of blood here. The ground was littered with corpses. More than 10 outsiders were escorting the village's elderly, women, and children to break out of the encirclement. The sound of children crying could be heard from time to time. However, no one was able to escape. They were quickly killed by a group of cultivators. Even the infants were not spared. Lin Feng saw the figures of Ing Xiaokong and the others. No wonder they had left. They were besieging the outsiders' village. They naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Woo-woo. Belinda wept as she watched so many of her family die. We can't stay here any longer. If we're discovered, we won't be able to leave. Let's go to the main branch. Lin Feng said. Belinda wept sadly, but she knew she had to leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the only one to die here. She might even implicate Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The three of them left the battlefield. The battle went on for 3 days and 3 nights. No one from Belinda's village escaped. Everyone, from the elderly to the infants, was killed. The outsiders were regarded as demons. Therefore, many people didn't feel guilty about destroying a demon village. They didn't feel guilty at all. However, there were also many cultivators who were watching from afar. They didn't participate in the battle. Many frowned, but in the end, they could only sigh. These cultivators clearly couldn't agree with killing the outsiders for the heaven crystals and celestial stones. However, they couldn't stop it. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cultivators with bows and arrows jumped out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Leave no one alive. The leader of the extraterrestrials ordered, Uncle Cybele, it's me, Belinda. Stop. Stop now. The middle-aged leader said, Belinda, why are you with 2 human cultivators? The outsider called Cybele looked warily at Lin Feng and Guan Guan. Chapter 1136. It was this big brother and big sister who saved me from the evil people and brought me to the main branch, said Lin Feng. Seeing her family, Belinda sobbed as she said, Uncle Cybele, the village has been destroyed, and everyone has died. What? Shibolai's expression changed drastically. He did not expect such a thing to happen. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with extreme pain. The other outsiders couldn't believe it, and some of them even started crying. Thank you for escorting Belinda here. Please come with us to the main branch, said Cybele. Lin Feng nodded. Guan Guan and Lin Feng followed Shibolai and the others to the Tian-Yi clan's territory. Cybele was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng and Guan Guan would actually dare to come. Weren't they worried that this was a trap? Cybele couldn't help but admire Lin Feng and Guan Guan. There were about 3,000 people in the main branch, but less than half of them were capable of fighting. Including the villages outside, the total number of outsiders was about 6,000 or 7,000. Now that Belinda's village had been destroyed, their numbers were even lower. The reason why there were so few outsiders was because they were hunted by cultivators. Every 10 years, the battlefield of geniuses would open. Every time it opened, the outsiders would be hunted, and it would be very difficult for them to grow. Many outsiders came out when they saw the outsiders. Many of them looked at Lin Feng and Guan Guan with hatred. Lin Feng and Guan Guan understood. Too many people had died tragically at the hands of foreign cultivators, so it was normal for them to hate foreign cultivators. A group of people came out, led by an old man. When Belinda saw the old man, she threw herself into his arms and cried, Grandpa Adolphe, everyone in the village is dead. They've all been killed. This caused an uproar and panic in the tribe because, in the past, even when foreign cultivators hunted down the outsiders, they had never massacred the entire tribe. Child, don't cry. No matter what happens, you have to be strong and survive. Adolf patted Belinda's shoulder. He looked at Lin Feng and Guan Guan and said, "Thank you very much, little friends, for bringing Belinda back safely. Let's go to the living room, all right?" Lin Feng cupped his fists. Now, Guan Guan was very obedient and followed Lin Feng's lead. Everybody went to the living room. Lin Feng took out a white jade box. There were celestial stones and celestial crystals from the leader of the Tianhua clan, as well as a dozen celestial stones and celestial crystals from the other members of the Tianhua clan. Lin Feng had found them all in the rings of Song Yuchen and the others. These are celestial stones and celestial crystals left behind by the dead cultivators of the foreign races. I couldn't bring their bodies back, so I brought their celestial stones and celestial crystals. Lin Feng said, "Thank you, little friend. If we can return to our homeland, one day the heavenly crystals and heavenly stones will be like their corpses. Only when they are buried can they be reincarnated." Adolphe said sadly. Lin Feng said, "Elder, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." "Little friend, feel free to say it." Adolphe said, "On the way here, I heard Belinda talk about the battlefield of geniuses. In the past, there has never been a case of a village being wiped out. Now, those cultivators have joined forces to wipe out Belinda's village. There must be something that has piqued their interest. The other villages aren't safe either, so we should tell them to quickly retreat to the main mountain range." Lin Feng said. Adolphe nodded with a solemn expression. He gave the order for someone to pass on the message. "Little friend, have you heard of the heavenly Tao fruit tree?" Adolphe asked. Lin Feng shook his head. Adolphe said, "The heavenly Tao fruit tree can bear heavenly Tao fruits. This heavenly Tao fruit tree blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and ripens once every 10,000 years. From blooming to bearing fruit to ripening, it takes 30,000 years." Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually such a fruit in the world. It took too long for it to ripen. Could it be that our clan has a heavenly Tao fruit tree? Has the heavenly Tao fruit matured? Lin Feng immediately thought of a possibility. Adolphe nodded and said, 30,000 years ago, the Tianmo invasion ended, but our spaceship was destroyed, so we could only stay in the Tianmu continent. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages gave this small world to us, making it our home. We waited for the day when we could return to our homeland, but good times didn't last long. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages disappeared, and coincidentally, our sacred tree, the heavenly Tao fruit tree, ripened. Many top powers of the Tianmu continent joined forces to destroy the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages Great Formation. Then, they entered this small world and started a war against our clan. Our clan was almost exterminated. Many of our experts were killed, and only the weak and the sick were left. In reality, the reason why we weren't exterminated was because they wanted to leave some people behind to continue nurturing the heavenly Tao fruit tree. However, they didn't expect that the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages would have a backup plan. There are laws here that prevent cultivators over 300 years old from entering. Peerless experts from the outside world can't enter, so our clan was able to recuperate. However, we weren't able to live a peaceful life because there was a Geomaster's inheritance in the outside world. Their methods were terrifying, and they changed the laws of order, causing the small world to open once every 10 years. Thus, this place became a battlefield for heavenly geniuses. Our race from the Tianmu continent became the target of many people. For so many years, they've been raising us like a herd of wild beasts, hunting us once every 10 years. Now, 30,000 years have passed, and they've started a large-scale war. First, they want to greatly reduce our numbers, and second, they want to plunder the ripened heavenly Tao fruit. Everything is driven by profit. However, not all the cultivators of the Tianwu continent are participating in this war. There are still many powers that are righteous, said Lin Feng. Adolphe replied, "That's right. I know that as well, but there are many factions that are participating. People are greedy." Lin Feng thought of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages that Adolphe had mentioned. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had quelled the chaos of the Middle Ages, suppressed the invasion of the sky demons, and saved the Tianwu continent. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly because he remembered the 8 stone statues he had seen at the entrance of the battlefield. They had been pushed down and beheaded. Could it be that they were the stone statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages? "Elder, there are 8 stone statues in the valley at the entrance of the small world. Could they be?" asked Lin Feng. Adolphe nodded. "That's right. They are the 8 stone statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. They were originally used to guard the formation at the entrance. Later, the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages disappeared. So those powers joined forces and pushed down the stone statues of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages and beheaded them." Lin Feng's expression changed again. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages had sacrificed their lives for the Tianwu continent. They had fought bravely and fought against the sky demons. They had saved the Tianwu continent, but in the end, they had ended up like this. Their stone statues had been pushed down by the cultivators of the Tianwu continent, and their heads had been cut off. The fate of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages was truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 1137. In this world, there were too many people who were blinded by greed and benefits. They did not know how to be grateful. Kindness had long disappeared, leaving only greed. Perhaps this was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. There were too few people who could maintain a kind heart. There were too few people who knew how to repay kindness. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages contributed their entire lives to the Tianwu continent, but how long had they disappeared? Stone statues were toppled, and their heads were cut off. This was a blasphemy to heroes. There were too many ungrateful people in this world. What is the use of the heavenly Tao fruit? It actually made so many people go crazy for it. Lin Feng asked, "The heavenly Tao fruit can make up for a cultivator's divine ability." Adolphe said, "What does that mean?" Lin Feng was surprised. After consuming the heavenly Tao fruit, the divine ability of a cultivator will be supplemented by the heavenly Tao fruit. Regardless of whether it is a beginner divine ability or a minor success divine ability, it can be raised to the great perfection realm. Adolphe said. Lin Feng could not help but gasp. No wonder the heavenly Tao fruit could make so many cultivators go crazy. The effect was too shocking. Lin Feng knew how difficult it was to practice some spells. For example, the Great Disaster Technique. If he wanted to practice it to the maximum level, he had to be extremely lucky. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the Great Disaster Technique to the maximum level even after a few decades or even hundreds of years. From beginner divine ability to minor success to great perfection, the difficulty of cultivating this divine ability was not particularly high, but from great perfection to great perfection, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Great perfection meant that there were no flaws. How could there be no flaws in the world? People had flaws, and so did divine abilities. This principle was the same. If the Great Calamity Technique was raised to the Great Perfection realm, its power would increase tenfold. Lin Feng's battle strength would greatly increase. No wonder those cultivators covet the heavenly Tao fruit so much. Such a thing. It's really tempting. Lin Feng could not help but say, "Little friend, please come with me. Let's go take a look at the heavenly Tao fruit." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in the heavenly Dao fruit, but he didn't take the initiative to ask for it. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity. In a valley, Lin Feng saw the heavenly Dao fruit tree. It was a small tree, about 1.5 meters tall. Although it wasn't tall, its trunk was as strong as a young dragon. The bark of the tree opened up like dragon scales, giving people an extraordinary feeling. There were 9 fruits on the heavenly Dao tree. In 30,000 years, only 9 fruits could be produced. From this, one could see how precious the heavenly Dao fruit was. These fruits have a refreshing aroma. It seems like they're already ripe, said Lin Feng. Guan Guan said. Adolf nodded and said, it has indeed matured. This heavenly Dao fruit tree was originally planted in our clan's land, but after our planet was occupied by the extraterrestrial demons, they dug out the heavenly Dao fruit tree and took it for themselves. It wasn't until the chaos of the Middle Ages that we managed to take back the heavenly Dao fruit tree with the help of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages. Lin Feng replied, it's already a blessing that we were able to take it back. Yes. Adolf nodded. Lin Feng muttered to himself for a moment and said, Elder, have you never thought of leaving this place? If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid that your fate will be very miserable. Adolf said, to tell you the truth, for the past 30,000 years, we have been working hard to create a space-time array that connects to our homeland. However, we have encountered some difficulties. Some of the core arrays of the space-time array have been set up many times, but they have all failed. The space-time array was connected to the extraterrestrial realms, but one needed to know the coordinates of the extraterrestrial realms teleportation array. If it was connected to an unknown place in the extraterrestrial realms, even if one was teleported there, death would be the only outcome. However, Adolf and the others should know the coordinates of their planet, so they weren't worried about getting lost in the starry sky. Lin Feng said, perhaps I can give it a try. Young friend, you also know about formations? Adolf was shocked. Lin Feng lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Immediately after, a huge dragon formed from mountain rocks appeared, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it roared. The Celestial Master Path's inheritance. Adolf cried out in surprise. Adolf was obviously very knowledgeable and recognized Lin Feng's Celestial Master Path's inheritance. The Celestial Master Path's inheritance was a terrifying inheritance that was famous throughout the universe. Since Adolf could recognize it, Lin Feng didn't find it strange either. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and the huge dragon returned to its original form. Adolf said, I really didn't expect you to be the successor of the Celestial Master Path. With your help, you will definitely be able to successfully set up the space-time teleportation array. Lin Feng said, being able to help the extraterrestrial realms is also a kind of fate. After a pause, Lin Feng said, there's no time to lose. Let's go and complete the array now. Adolf said, there are still some materials that need to be prepared. You two should rest for a while. When the materials are ready, I will call you to help. Lin Feng nodded. An elder arranged for Lin Feng and Guan Guan to rest while Adolf went to prepare the necessary materials. Not long after, Belinda came to the place where Lin Feng and Guan Guan were resting. She brought 2 heavenly Dao fruits. Big brother, big sister, Grandpa Adolf asked me to give these to you. Belinda said. Lin Feng nodded and said, thank the old man for me. Got it. Belinda then left. Lin Feng handed one of the heavenly Dao fruits to Guan Guan and said, many times you don't have to kill so many people to get treasures such as now. Guan Guan snorted and said, looks like you're quite capable. Lin Feng pulled Guan Guan up and hugged her waist, making her sit on his lap. He smiled and said, the man you chose is naturally powerful. Scoundrel, let go of me. Guan struggled gently. Her appearance was really alluring. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of her, but Guan struggled free. She giggled and said, "I won't let you succeed so easily." Not long after, Adolf sent someone to inform Lin Feng that he had prepared the materials. Lin Feng went to the valley where the teleportation array was set up. There were more than 10 white-haired elders gathered here. They were all elders of the Sky Clan who knew about great arrays. These elders would assist Lin Feng from the side. The space-time array was very complicated and huge. It occupied about 1 mu of land and was densely packed with array patterns. Spirit array masters below the heaven rank would not be able to withstand the impact of the complex space-time array on their souls with a single glance. Their souls would be instantly destroyed, and they would meet the tragic end of dying. Even a heaven stage spirit array master would find it hard to bear. His head felt as if it had split open. It was a fate worse than death. The elders of the Sky Clan had spent 30,000 years setting up this great array. Every day, they would experience this kind of pain that was worse than death. But for the sake of their clansmen, they persevered. Lin Feng felt a deep admiration for these white-haired elders of the Sky Clan from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1138. It was extremely difficult to set up a space-time array. Normally, one needed to be a saint-level spiritual array master to be able to set up a complete space-time array. The Tianhui race had a long lifespan, and they had used time to set up the array. A saint-level spiritual array master would only need a few months to set it up, but a group of heaven-level spiritual array masters wasn't strong enough. They had worked together and thought of all sorts of methods, enduring endless pain, and spent 30,000 years to set up such an array. But because they hadn't reached the saint level, they had made some mistakes or were unable to set it up properly. That was why they hadn't been able to set up the space-time array. "Little friend, can this space-time array be completed?" Adolf asked nervously. This concerned the life and death of their race. Right now, Adolf was also extremely worried. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, there's no problem. The basic structure is already complete. We just need to fix a few mistakes or omissions. Give me the diagram of the space-time array, and I'll study it carefully." "That's great." Adolf and the other elders of the Tianhui race were extremely excited. If they could really set up the space-time array, they would have a chance to return to their homeland. That was something that many people dreamed of. Now, it seemed like it really could be realized. Every time they thought of the faces of their loved ones in their homeland, tears would flow down their cheeks. Adolf ordered someone to give the complete space-time array diagram to Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to study the diagram. He tried to use the array diagram to set up a small teleportation array that could teleport people 100 miles away. Lin Feng was extremely happy because the space-time array that the Tianhui race had passed down was too extraordinary. If they were separated, they could be used to set up a small teleportation array. If it could be set up into a large-scale array, it could even be used to teleport people across space-time. The value of such an array was immeasurable. Lin Feng was helping the Tianhui race perfect their array and learning such a powerful space-time teleportation array at the same time. It was definitely a great harvest. Lin Feng was now a high-tier heaven-level spiritual array master, so setting up a space-time teleportation array was very difficult for him. However, Lin Feng had used the Celestial Master Path's inheritance and the Heavenly Demon Snake's eye when setting up the array, so he could clearly see where the array's flaws were and how to perfect it. The only thing that made Lin Feng gloomy was that when setting up the array, he had also suffered a backlash to his soul. It was as if his head had been split open, and he was in excruciating pain. That was because Lin Feng's soul strength wasn't strong enough to absorb all the information contained in the space and time deployment spell. However, Lin Feng's willpower was strong. He endured the pain and continued to perfect the array. Since he had accepted the heavenly Tao fruit from the Tianhui race, he naturally had to help them. This was Lin Feng's principle of doing things. If he didn't do it properly after receiving benefits from others, then there would be a problem with his character. While Lin Feng was perfecting the space-time array, the villagers from the other villages of the Tianhui race were retreating. Some of the villages were attacked by cultivators when they were retreating. Fortunately, they retreated in time and were not heavily surrounded. Although they suffered a lot of losses, fortunately, there were no more extermination incidents like Belinda's village. Outside, Huangfu Tian, the masked cultivator, Gongsun Wushu, Di Xingtian, Ning Li Tao, Ing Zhantian, Ing Xiaokong, and other peerless talents had arrived. On the demon side, Yao Xielong of the three-headed Cobra clan, Xue Zongxian of the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan, and Jin Xingfei, the grandson of the heavenly rock king from the South Continent oversea world, had also arrived. On the demon side, Yu, Tsang, Yun, and Xue had arrived. On the demon side, two experts had arrived. They were called Gong Yangshi and Zhang Pingji. They were also peerless experts. On the barbarian side, the barbarian demon, Little Evil King, had arrived. He was the young sect master of the barbarian strongest faction, the barbarian evil sect. His cultivation base was also unfathomable. The various peerless powers had arrived. The heavenly Tao fruits were limited, so it was inevitable that there would be an extremely bitter battle. However, the cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent would kill each other to snatch the heavenly Tao fruits. The most important thing, now, was to break the Tianhui race's protective restriction. Attack. The densely packed cultivators began to attack the Tianhui race's protective restriction. The old, weak women and children of the Tianhui race had about 6,000 people left. Now, many people were looking at the densely packed cultivators outside in fear. Once breached, it would be like 30,000 years ago. Only a small portion of the elderly, women, and children would be left alive. They would be left to struggle at death's door, while they continued to cultivate the heavenly Tao fruit trees and bear more heavenly Tao fruits. As for the strong youths, as well as the majority of the elderly, women, and children, they would be cruelly killed. Then the heavenly crystals and heavenly stones would be taken away. In the distance, many people were watching, including Jiang Yudi, Ji Mingtian, and other peerless talents. They did not attack, nor did they stop the cultivators because they could not stop them. The number of people participating in the battle was almost double their own. It was impossible for them to offend more than half of the peerless powers of the Sky Martial Continent for the sake of the Tianhui race. Now, not attacking the Tianhui race together was already very kind of them. Rumble, crack, crack, crack. Under the siege of the cultivator army, the Tianhui race's protective formation began to crack. Many women and children were frightened to tears. Many elders were also secretly wiping away their tears. The Tianhui race's lifespan was too long. Many of the elders had been alive for 30,000 years, and they still remembered the despairing scene of the Tianhui race being mercilessly slaughtered. Now, was history going to repeat itself? Patriarch, what do we do now? An elder asked. Adolf said, "Let the old, weak, women, and children go to the teleportation valley. We can only hope that our young friend can successfully set up the space-time array. The rest of you, follow me and fight to the death." Yes. Immediately, someone went to organize the old, weak, women, and children to go to the teleportation battlefield. Meanwhile, more than 2,000 cultivators with decent strength stood guard outside the teleportation valley, ready to fight to the death. Crack, crack. 6 hours later, the formation finally shattered. Kill! Earth-shaking shouts rang out as cultivators surged forward like a tidal wave. Adolph's withered, an old right hand gripped his long saber tightly. His voice was sonorous and powerful. For our loved ones, fight to the end. For our loved ones, fight to the end. More than 2,000 Tian Y race cultivators roared together, and in an instant they clashed with the cultivator army. Pooh! The sound of flesh being torn apart and miserable screams rang out one after another. The ground was littered with corpses. Some belonged to the Tian Y race cultivators, while others belonged to the cultivator army. Before long, blood flowed like a river. Chapter 1139. Dick wielded a large saber and killed one cultivator after another. Dick was tall and sturdy, and he fought bravely. 30,000 years ago, Dick was still a young man, but now he was a middle-aged uncle. During the disaster 30,000 years ago, Dick and a small group of people went out to hunt. Because of that, they managed to avoid the disaster. Otherwise, they would have been killed mercilessly. Dick had been cultivating diligently for so many years, constantly increasing his cultivation base. Now that he had become a commander of the Outer Sky race, whenever Dick saw his clansmen despairing about the future, he would loudly encourage his clansmen and tell them, "Don't worry. Sooner or later, they would be able to return to their homeland. They would be able to live a peaceful life. They would no longer have to hide and live cautiously." Dick used these words to encourage his people who had lost confidence, and at the same time to encourage himself. Now Dick saw hope. He heard that the human cultivator who brought Belinda back was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. He was helping them to complete the teleportation formation to return to their homeland. This made Dick very excited and emotional. Dick fought bravely. He wanted to use his actions to tell everyone not to give up. As long as they persevered, there would be hope. At this time, a scream came from more than 10 meters away. Dick looked over, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A young clansman named Edward had his arm chopped off. Now, 4 or 5 cultivators were attacking Edward. Edward was in a precarious situation. Dick roared and quickly rushed toward Edward. He held a long saber with both hands and slashed at the cultivators besieging Edward. Uffed, uffed. Dick unleashed his prowess and killed all the cultivators, saving Edward. "You're injured. Quickly retreat to the teleportation valley. Don't stay here and make unnecessary sacrifices." Dick shouted, "Uncle Dick, be careful." Edward endured the pain and rushed toward the valley. Dick dashed left and right in the crowd, saving injured companions one after another. However, Dick also attracted the attention of the cultivator army experts. Di Shengtian and Huangfu Qingtian stepped forward and besieged Di Ke. They were very cautious and chose to attack Dick in a foolproof way. Di Shengtian's tyrannical attacks blasted out. Di Ke was in trouble. After more than 10 rounds, Di Shengtian landed a punch on Di Ke's chest. Kacha! His sternum shattered. Dick flew backwards. Huangfu Qingtian raised his right hand and slashed out a beam of sword chi. Pooh! Dick's head flew into the air, and his headless corpse fell to the ground. Uncle Dick, many people howled in pain. In the eyes of many young outsiders, Dick was like a friend and a father. But now, Dick had saved one clansman after another, yet no one was able to save Dick. The battle became even more intense. Even more people died, tragically in the great battle. Outside, the sounds of venting and killing intertwined with each other, deafening the apathetic. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything as he continued to perfect the space-time array. In fact, Lin Feng was also very anxious. However, He was able to control his emotions because Lin Feng knew that it was useless to be anxious. He would not be of any help. The only thing he could do to help the extraterrestrial race was to perfect the space-time array. Finally, when Lin Feng finished fixing the last flaw, the space-time array could be activated. It's done. Hurry up and pile up the spirit stones to activate the space-time array. Lin Feng shouted. The elders were very excited. They piled up the spirit stones that they had prepared in advance in the center of the space-time array. Soon, the space-time array was activated. Enter the space-time array. Lin Feng shouted. The extraterrestrials, who had been in a state of panic and helplessness, were now overjoyed. They did not crowd and entered the space-time array in an orderly manner. Then, they were continuously sent out by the space-time array. Hurry, retreat to the valley. Adolf had already received news that the space-time array was successfully set up. He immediately shouted. The extraterrestrial race's cultivators retreated to the teleportation valley one after another. Then, Lin Feng activated the defensive array of the teleportation valley. The army of cultivators was blocked outside. Lin Feng, it's you, Huangfu Qingtian. The masked cultivator, Gongsun Wushu, Di Xingtian, and the others all recognized Lin Feng. Their faces turned gloomy. Not good. Look, that's a space-time teleportation array. The extraterrestrial race is escaping. A cultivator pointed at the activated space-time array, and his expression changed. If the alien race escaped, then the alien race's Saint Tree would also be taken away. They wouldn't be able to kill the alien race, and wouldn't be able to obtain the Heaven Dao fruits, Heaven crystals, and Heaven stones. The cultivator army outside was naturally unwilling. Attack with all your might. Many experts took the initiative to attack the defensive array of the teleportation valley. At this time, Lin Feng used the Celestial Master Path's inheritance to condense Earth dragons. They pounced on the army of cultivators and blocked their attacks. Lin Feng, you ruined our plan. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Di Shengtian roared furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'm doing good deeds for you. You've killed so many innocent people for your own selfish desires. After you die, you'll go to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. I'm doing good deeds for you now. After you die, maybe you'll be reincarnated as a bastard or something. Lin Feng shouted. Pooh! Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, Guan couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The army of cultivators outside was furious. Huangfu Qingtian, Di Xingtian, and the others all looked gloomy. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Little friend, come with us. If we leave, and you don't, these people won't let you go, said Adolf. They can't do anything to me. They can't do anything to me. Old man, hurry up and leave. Maybe someday, when I become a god, I'll be able to travel through the stars and we'll meet again, said Lin Feng. That day will definitely come, said Adolf. All right. Brother Lin Feng, when you become a god, you must come to the North Star. Belinda bit her lips and said, All right. Lin Feng nodded. Belinda and Adolf were the last to leave. After they left, Lin Feng destroyed the teleportation formation so that no one could chase after them. Crack, crack. At this time, the teleportation formation started to crack. It was about to be destroyed. Capture Lin Feng and tear him into pieces. Many people shouted angrily. They wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Let's go. Lin Feng hugged Guan's soft waist and entered the teleportation formation. This was a small teleportation formation that he had set up beforehand. Now that it was activated, he and Guan were instantly teleported out. By the time the army of cultivators rushed in, Lin Feng and Guan were already 100 miles away. Lin Feng, I'll kill you. Many strong cultivators shouted angrily. They soared into the sky and flew into the distance, searching for Lin Feng. Chapter 1140. Lin Feng and Guan Guan walked out of the teleportation portal and appeared in a desert. The climate was dry, and they didn't know where they were. However, they were still in the battlefield of geniuses. You're in big trouble now. You don't know how many people will hate you. Guan Guan said. Lin Feng said, there are things a man can do, and there are things he can't do. I've done everything for the outsiders based on my heart, so it doesn't matter if people hate me. What do I have to fear? Guan Guan said, you're quite open-minded. Lin Feng said, do you know what my Tao is? I don't. Guan Guan asked curiously, what Tao is it? At the end of the path of gods, I am the peak. At the peak of immortals, all the other mountains are small. Lin Feng smiled and said, my Tao is the supreme cultivator's Tao. If I want to become a supreme cultivator, I have to defeat all the young geniuses in the world. I have to kill my way through them. What a great Tao of supremacy. Someone actually dares to call their own Tao the Tao of supremacy. That courage is enough to shock and move people. Guan Guan said in surprise. That's why I said you have good taste. Since you chose to be my woman, you'll naturally be honored as my wife. Lin Feng pulled Guan Guan's charming body into his embrace. He could feel Guan Guan's softness, and for a moment, he was a little restless. You bastard, if you dare to do anything bad. Do you believe that I will make you regret it? Guan Guan didn't struggle. Instead, she smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. There's no justice in this world. I can't even be intimate with my own woman. Although he complained, Lin Feng still let Guan Guan go. Guan Guan wasn't someone he could take advantage of just because he wanted to. Her cultivation level was even higher than Lin Feng's, and she was very opinionated. Even if what Guan Guan said was true, when she had first seen Lin Feng, she had already decided that Lin Feng was her man. However, that didn't mean that Lin Feng could take advantage of her. Let's see if we can leave this desert, Guan Guan said. Lin Feng nodded. He and Guan Guan were flying in the desert, but after flying for a long time, they still couldn't fly out of the desert. This caused Lin Feng and Guan Guan to frown slightly. Isn't this desert too big? Lin Feng muttered. He paused for a moment before saying, since we can't leave for now, it's better to find a place to refine the heavenly Tao fruit. It's not safe to keep it on you, and it'll attract countless people's attention. Guan Guan also agreed with Lin Feng. The two of them looked for a place to refine the heavenly Tao fruit. In this endless desert, no matter where they sat, it was the same. The two of them casually found a place to sit. Just as they were about to sit down, a dense swarm of blue scorpions suddenly drilled out of the desert. This kind of scorpion was highly poisonous at first glance. The barbs on its tail stood up straight and stabbed towards Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The two of them jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated. Blue devil scorpion. These are highly poisonous creatures. Even ancient powerhouses would lose half their lives if stung by them. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Guan Guan said, it's very difficult to find such poisonous creatures in the outside world. It's a good opportunity to collect some. Lin Feng also had the same idea. Collecting some highly toxic substances might come in handy at some point in time. Just as Lin Feng and Guan Guan were about to collect the blue devil scorpions that had drilled out of the ground, suddenly the desert split open and a large amount of sand fell towards the center. Lin Feng and Guan Guan felt that something was wrong and flew into the air. In the next moment, a dense swarm of winged blue devil scorpions covered the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng and Guan Guan. There were simply too many of them to count. Seeing such a large number of blue devil scorpions, Lin Feng and Guan Guan felt their scalps go numb. Let's go. How could the two of them dare to stay? They turned around and madly rushed into the distance. Behind them, the blue devil scorpions quickly chased after them. With great difficulty, Lin Feng and Guan Guan managed to break away from the blue devil scorpions. This desert is really dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. In this place, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. In the end, Lin Feng set up a seal in the desert, and at the same time, he released his heavenly fire to protect it. If more poisonous creatures came, they wouldn't dare to approach after sensing the power of the heavenly fire. They would take the initiative to leave. Lin Feng and Guan Guan sat down and began to refine the heavenly Tao fruit. The heavenly Tao fruit's medicinal power was astonishing. Lin Feng quickly entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. This was a deep level of comprehension of the great Tao. This was the effect of the heavenly Tao fruit, the power to comprehend the great Tao. Lin Feng had already mastered some of the skills and techniques he had learned from the immemorial era to the maximum level. However, he was still unable to break through the 3,000 great Taos. The 3,000 great Taos required luck to reach perfection. Therefore, some people might cultivate their entire lives without being able to reach perfection. It wasn't that there weren't cultivators who could cultivate the 3,000 great Taos to perfection through pure comprehension, but there were too few of them. It was unknown if someone with such heaven-defying comprehension would appear in tens of thousands of years. Divine ability runes condensed and were actively devoured by the divine ability grand formation formed by the 3,000 great Taos that Lin Feng cultivated. Then, the runes fused with the divine ability grand formation, further perfecting it. Time passed slowly. After about 3 days, Lin Feng's 3,000 great Taos had all reached perfection. Lin Feng's Dan, had become even larger. It had doubled in size, and the amount of magic power it could store had also doubled. More laws had evolved within his body. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that the 3,000 great Taos that he cultivated had actually evolved into some mysterious phenomena. For example, the 3,000 great Taos of the Great Purification Technique had evolved into a compassionate monk. Lin Feng only needed to communicate with this monk. He didn't even need to make hand seals, chant incantations, or accumulate power. He could instantly unleash the 3,000 great Taos. This was the Tao of perfection. It was at his fingertips. Not long after, Guan Guan also woke up. Guan Guan's beautiful face was full of joy. Obviously, after refining the heavenly Tao fruit, he had also benefited greatly. The two of them flew outside, wanting to leave this desert. 3 days later, the sun set in the west. On the horizon, the faint sound of a bell could be heard. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were astonished when they heard the sound of the bell. They had stayed in the desert for many days and couldn't walk out. They also didn't see anyone. Now that they heard the bell sound, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. The two of them quickly flew forward. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a dilapidated ancient temple appeared in their line of sight. The light of the setting sun lingered and enveloped the ancient temple, as if adding a golden Buddhist light to the ancient temple. The bell sound faintly came from the ancient temple again, echoing in the boundless desert. It was ancient and melodious. Chapter 1141. The ancient temple flowed with divine splendor, swirling with divine light. It was quite extraordinary. It was strange for such an ancient temple to appear in the middle of a boundless desert. What kind of place was the battlefield of geniuses? Asked Lin Feng. This small world is very mysterious. It's said that the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages found it in a secret place. Back then, they created this small world for a giant god. Guan Guan had some understanding of this, so she told Lin Feng everything she knew. The 8 heroes of the Middle Ages are very mysterious. They suddenly left, and no one knows where they went. And now, this temple has appeared in the middle of a desert. It's strange, said Lin Feng. Originally, he and Guan Guan had been very excited when they heard the bell, but now they had calmed down, because everything in front of them was indeed very strange. It's a dilapidated temple, but it's worth a visit, said Guan Guan. Lin Feng nodded, and he and Guan Guan walked towards the temple. If they left now, they would have regrets. The bell had already stopped ringing. Lin Feng and Guan Guan arrived in front of the temple, but the bell didn't ring again. Only when they arrived at the ancient temple did they realize how dilapidated it was. Many places were covered in moss, and the walls were covered in cracks. It seemed like the temple would collapse at any moment. The gate of the temple was already rotten, and it emitted a rotten smell. Lin Feng opened the gate and entered the temple with Guan Guan. The interior of the courtyard was very simple. There was a huge cauldron, which was obviously used to burn incense. However, because it hadn't been used for a long time, the cauldron was already rusted. The cauldron was very ordinary. It wasn't a treasure, so Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. An ancient tree. Guan Guan looked at an ancient tree in the courtyard in shock. This ancient tree had already withered. It was about 3 meters tall and as thick as a bowl. The trunk was curved, and it looked very strong. It was like the body of a horned dragon, and the bark looked like dragon scales. There were more than 10 fruits hanging on the ancient tree. Lin Feng and Guan Guan arrived in front of the ancient tree. He plucked a fruit, but with a light force, the fruit shattered and had long decayed. Time is too long. It's enough for many things to decay, Lin Feng said. But soon, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. The reason for that was because even though the ancient tree had been dead for so many years, it was still very strong. It did not have any signs of decay. This tree is not simple. Lin Feng frowned. Could it be a Bodhi tree? Guan Guan said with uncertainty. Lin Feng was shocked. If it was a Bodhi tree, then it would be too shocking. There were such records in Buddhism. The Buddha's land gave birth to a 5-colored stalk, a world in a flower, and a Tathagata in a leaf. The 6th ancestor said, "There is no Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is a convenient method. 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi, and the leaf is the tree." In fact, this passage was very easy to understand. It meant that the Bodhi tree was the sacred tree of Buddhism. When the Bodhi tree bloomed, a Bodhi flower could transform into a world, and a Bodhi leaf could see through the future. Unfortunately, the Bodhi tree in front of them had already withered. There were no flowers or leaves. Of course, Lin Feng and Guan Guan were still not sure if it was really a Bodhi tree. Buddhists rarely plant other plants in their temples. They only love the Bodhi tree. There is a story behind this. In the legends of Buddhism, there are 3 Buddhas, the past, the present, and the future. Of these 3 Buddhas, the present Buddha is the most respected. Guan Guan began to talk about some rumors of Buddhism. The Buddha of the past was called Dipankara. The Buddha of the present was called Sakyamuni. The Buddha of the future was called Maitreya. Legend had it that the present Buddha, Shakyamuni, had comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree. From then on, he had achieved enlightenment and created the immortal golden body, becoming the leader of all Buddhas. From then on, Buddhism respectfully called the Bodhi tree the sacred tree. Of course, the Bodhi tree was very rare. It was too inconceivable that a Bodhi tree could be planted in such a dilapidated ancient temple. Lin Feng plucked all of the fruits and crushed them one by one. He crushed 7 fruits in a row, but the eighth fruit was fine. This fruit is not simple. Lin Feng was shocked. He carefully observed the eighth fruit. It was about 10 centimeters long, oval-shaped, and dark brown in color. It did not look very good. This is a Buddha's imprint. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw something shocking. On the fruit, there was a faint imprint of a Buddha. Lin Feng did not know if it was really a Buddha. However, it did look very similar. He let Guanguan take a look. Guanguan was also very shocked. She said, "There is a saying that the appearance is born from the heart. It is said that the Bodhi tree has a spirit. It listens to Buddha's teachings every day, and the Bodhi seed it bears will show a Buddha's imprint. It is very likely that this is a withered Bodhi tree, and the fruit in your hand is a Bodhi seed. It is a sacred item of Buddhism. It can expel evil spirits, nourish the soul, and help cultivators comprehend the Tao." A sacred item, like the Bodhi seed, was unimaginable. If it was really a Bodhi seed, as Guanguan said, then its value was too shocking. Lin Feng checked the rest of the fruits. He found a similar fruit that had not been destroyed by time. Lin Feng gave the second fruit to Guanguan. The two of them walked towards the temple. The temple was completely ruined, and even the Buddha statue had collapsed. Lin Feng found it strange that the collapsed Buddha statue in the temple did not have a head. Why is the head missing? It's really strange. Did someone take it away? Lin Feng frowned slightly. At this time, he felt inexplicably uneasy. I wonder if there are any treasures left behind here. Guanguan asked, "Let's look around and find out." Lin Feng and Guanguan searched the temple, but they could not find anything. A lone temple standing in the middle of a desert and a headless Buddha statue. Does this signify something? Lin Feng muttered. He vaguely felt that something was not right, but he could not tell what it was. This temple is indeed a bit strange. Guanguan said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Lin Feng said. Guanguan nodded. The two of them walked outside, but when Lin Feng and Guanguan arrived outside, their expressions changed greatly. The sky had completely darkened. In all directions, black fog rolled, endless black fog. It surged over from afar, as if the end of the world was coming. In the darkness, it seemed as if an ancient demon was awakening. Lin Feng and Guanguan felt their souls tremble. Endless darkness enveloped them, wanting to devour the small temple. Author's note: I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, pack up, and go to the real estate registration center to handle the house matters. If I finish in the morning, I will update when I get home. If I take too long, I can only update in the afternoon. When I'm done, everything will return to normal. I'll update at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, rewards. Chapter 1142. The black fog churned, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. Darkness had completely enveloped the world, and the dilapidated ancient temple was about to be engulfed by the black fog at any moment. Lin Feng and Guanguan were both terrified. What was going on? Why was something so terrifying happening in front of them? It was too terrifying. The two of them felt their hair stand on end. When the darkness enveloped them, the ancient temple suddenly emitted a faint golden light. It seemed to be the karma of Buddhism enveloping the ancient temple. The golden light resisted the corrosion of the darkness. Lin Feng and Guanguan heaved a sigh of relief, but they were still very cautious because the darkness hadn't dispersed. The ancient temple was still surrounded by darkness, and it seemed like it would be engulfed by the darkness at any moment. "We're trapped." Lin Feng frowned. He felt that things were getting more and more strange. Suddenly, a clattering sound could be heard. It was like the sound of chains colliding. It seems like something is approaching, Guan Guan said. Guan Guan said, solemnly. Indeed, just as Guan Guan had said, something was approaching the ancient temple. It was hidden in the black fog and was releasing a terrifying qi. Even though they were inside the ancient temple, Lin Feng and Guan Guan could still sense the gloomy qi coming from the outside of the ancient temple. Their souls were shaking from head to toe. It was definitely a terrifying existence. But what exactly was it? Lin Feng didn't know, and neither did Guan Guan. Their expressions became more and more serious. Clang, 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 clang. It seemed like the mysterious existence hidden in the black fog was attacking the golden energy barrier that enveloped the dilapidated ancient temple. Then Lin Feng and Guan Guan saw the golden energy barrier dissipating bit by bit. Obviously, the golden energy barrier couldn't hold on any longer. When they saw this, their expressions became even more serious. They felt that things were developing in a very bad direction. Lin Feng and Guan Guan still couldn't think of a way to escape because the existence outside was too terrifying. Just by sensing its qi, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't bear it. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they really came into contact with that thing. The two of them might even be instantly killed by that thing. Lin Feng asked, "Is that thing outside related to this ancient temple?" Guan Guan nodded and said, "That's very possible." He paused for a moment. Guan Guan continued, "What do you think is that thing outside?" "It's too hard to guess what it is." Lin Feng said, "The golden energy that enveloped the small temple was already very thin." Lin Feng and Guan Guan pulled a long face when they saw the mysterious cultivator enter the temple, because they were helpless and powerless to change anything. Finally, the golden energy barrier completely collapsed, and the small temple was completely exposed. Endless darkness flooded over, and a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng and Guan Guan. The two of them suddenly felt that they couldn't move at all, as if someone had frozen them. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were both very strong, but they couldn't even move in front of that mysterious existence. It was obvious how terrifying that existence was. With a creak, the door to the courtyard was opened. The black fog surged in, and the terrifying existence entered the courtyard. However, Lin Feng and Guan Guan couldn't see anything. They only felt a cold and gloomy aura. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes, but he couldn't see anything either. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence it was if even his heavenly demon snake eyes couldn't see anything. The aura of death was so clear that Lin Feng had a feeling that he would die at the hands of that terrifying existence in the next moment. At this moment, something happened. This was something that Lin Feng and Guan Guan hadn't expected. The withered Bodhi tree suddenly emitted a dense light, and the light dispersed the black fog. The pressure on them also lessened a lot, and they regained their mobility. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were pleasantly surprised. They hastily ran towards the Bodhi tree. When they arrived at the foot of the Bodhi tree, the golden lights of the Bodhi tree enveloped them. The black fog kept surging, and it hit the light barrier emitted by the Bodhi tree again and again. However, the Bodhi tree was extraordinary. The dense luster it emitted successfully blocked the surging black fog. However, before Lin Feng and Guan Guan could breathe a sigh of relief, something even more terrifying happened. A black chain swept out from the black fog. It was like a chain of laws of order, and its attack power was very strong. Attack after attack, it bombarded the light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree. Even the light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Guan Guan turned pale with horror. The existence in the black fog was so terrifying that it made them despair. First, it destroyed the defensive light barrier that enveloped the ancient temple. Then it destroyed the energy barrier formed by the Bodhi tree. If the Bodhi tree was still alive, it might be able to withstand the attacks of that terrifying existence. However, the Bodhi tree had died long ago. The power of the light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree naturally couldn't be compared to when the Bodhi tree was still alive. Therefore, the defensive system formed by the Bodhi tree was beginning to crumble. Once the defensive light barrier formed by the Bodhi tree was also destroyed, then the endless darkness would completely engulf Lin Feng and Guan Guan. I want to use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice. A deep voice sounded from the darkness. The voice was very ancient, and it seemed to come from an endless space and time. It also seemed to come from the depths of hell. Sacrifice. This was an extremely evil and terrifying method. Usually, it was done by sacrificing sacrifices to achieve one's goal. The terrifying existence in the black fog clearly wanted to use Lin Feng and Guan Guan as sacrifices. This made Lin Feng and Guan Guan's faces turn extremely pale. The Bodhi tree's defensive light barrier was now cracking. Once it did, the two of them would die. The situation was extremely dangerous. Chapter 1143. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to sit around and wait for death. He thought of the Bodhi seed that he had obtained earlier and quickly took it out. Since it was a treasure born from the Bodhi tree, perhaps it would have some miraculous effect. Guan Guan also quickly took out the Bodhi seed and held it in her hand. Lin Feng and Guan Guan had no choice but to treat it as a last resort. They didn't know if the Bodhi seed would really work, but this was their last resort. What made Lin Feng and Guan Guan happy was that when they held the Bodhi seed in their hands, the two Bodhi beads emitted a dense light. The light intertwined in the void and gathered together, finally turning into an illusory figure. It was a man. It was hazy, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, when he appeared, Lin Feng felt that the pressure that enveloped him had completely dissipated. He was shocked that the Bodhi seed had revealed such a man. Roar. The existence in the black fog roared angrily. There was a clattering sound as the black chain pierced through the void and swept towards the man, wanting to destroy his illusory body. The mysterious man raised his right hand and slashed out a beam of light, colliding with the black chain. His attack blocked the black chain that swept towards him. 1,000 generations of calamities, 100 generations of difficulties can't destroy my body. Billions of years, time is merciless, but it can erase the hatred in my heart. I will completely destroy you. The furious roar of the terrifying being came from the black mist. He continued to attack, and the chain swept over again. This time, the black chain was surrounded by dense runes. Those runes twisted together and emitted a destructive wave of energy. The root of all evil, heaven and earth cannot tolerate it. I am willing to use my body to guard this place forever. The hazy existence let out a low and deep voice. It was solemn and stirring, but it also carried tenacity and determination. His body turned into a blazing sun and pressed forward. Bang! The two sides collided. In that instant, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. It was hazy. Lin Feng felt that he had disappeared from the courtyard without a trace. He had arrived in another world. At the end of this world, there was a temple, and inside this temple lived a devil monk. This is the origin of the ancient temple. Is this a reappearance of the past? Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. When the mysterious man and the demon monk were fighting, he had touched upon some of the mysterious man's or the demon monk's memories. As a result, he saw some scenes from countless years ago. This was a minor world created by the demon monk. The demon monk was very evil. He killed all the cultivators on the life-bearing planets in the surrounding dozens of star fields to improve his demonic arts. This caused the anger of many experts. Many experts took action against the demon monk, wanting to kill him. However, they were all killed by him in the end. One day, a white-robed man walked into the ancient temple and stood under the Bodhi tree. He looked at the tree full of Bodhi seeds and said, "Buddha says that heaven and hell are reincarnated with a single thought. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha." A monk walked out and said, "The Buddha is wrong. Killing one person is evil. Killing 10,000 people is a devil, and killing 1 billion people is a saint. The Buddha's teachings are too pedantic, but my teachings are to kill to become a saint and become an immortal devil Buddha." Buddha leads people to do good. He teaches us to have a benevolent heart. There are 3,000 paths in the world, and all of them can be used to prove one's Tao and become a saint. You don't walk the path of benevolence and righteousness. Instead, you walk the path of evil. "Today, I will kill you for the sake of the world." The white-robed man said, "I don't understand. You cultivate your Tao, and I cultivate my Tao. Even if I kill billions of people, what does it have to do with you?" The monk sneered. "If you cultivate only for yourself, it's just a small Tao. You have to accept all the people in the world. That's the only way to become a paragon," said the white-robed man. Since ancient times, all the paragons were almighty cultivators who cared about all the people in the world, not people who only cared about themselves. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed man attacked. "Care about all the people in the world? What do other people's lives have to do with me?" The monk sneered. Demonic chi filled the air as he fought against the white-robed man. Care about all the people in the world, and you can become a paragon. When Lin Feng saw the two people fighting, he couldn't help but murmur the white-robed man's words. At that moment, the voice of the demon lord appeared in his mind. He's a great emperor. Above great emperors are paragons. He's right. Only those who care about all the people in the world can break through the shackles of great emperors and become paragons. That's something I've learned in recent years. Lin Feng's body shook violently. He hadn't thought that the white-robed man would be so strong. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that he now knew what a great emperor would feel like when he became a paragon. Since ancient times, there have been a few great emperors, but paragons are almost impossible to find. That's because great emperors are high and mighty. They can look down on all the people in the world. How could they care about the lives of the people in the world? Murmured the demon lord. Then he calmed down and didn't say anything else. That battle had been too intense. The white-robed man was very strong, but the demonic monk was unimaginably strong. In the end, the white-robed man cut off the demonic monk's head, but the demonic monk dug out the white-robed man's heart. "Give me back my head, and I'll give you my heart. That way, both of us can live," said the demonic monk. The demonic monk's head opened its mouth. The white-robed man looked at the bloody hole in his chest and sighed. Rumor has it that the demonic monk is invincible among great emperors. After today's battle, I finally realized that his reputation is not just for show. You, monarch Donghua, are worthy of being the strongest great emperor in the world of the immortals. How about we both take a step back?" said the demonic monk gloomily. "I will die in glory. Someday, all the people will remember me, and I will be reborn." Monarch Donghua raised his right hand and tore apart the temple. "Monarch Donghua, are you crazy? You want to fight me to the death for the sake of all the people in the world?" shouted the demonic monk. He was finally terrified. "Suppress." Monarch Donghua suppressed the demonic monk's head under the temple. "Great Emperor Donghua, you're very good. I won't die. Sooner or later, when I see a strong enough bloodline, I'll start the sacrificial ceremony. I'll be able to break free. The demonic monk grabbed Monarch Dong Hua's heart. Demonic chi rushed out of the temple, and the demonic monk's headless corpse escaped. Monarch Dong Hua sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. My body, my soul, my spirit, I am willing to fuse with this temple and suppress this demon forever. Monarch Dong Hua's body transformed into starlight and fused with the temple. His consciousness gradually faded. Monarch Dong Hua seemed to see his youth. His childhood sweetheart had sent him away from the mountain village where he had lived for 18 years. Dong Hua, I will wait for you to come back. The girl smiled brilliantly. Wanner, when I come back, I will marry you. The young monarch Dong Hua gently rubbed the girl's head. He went out to train. 3 years later, a demon devoured souls for the sake of cultivation. The girl was killed, and her soul was devoured by the demon. 5 years later, Monarch Dong Hua came back, but all he saw was a lonely grave. He returned in the year. I was buried on South Mountain. Monarch Dong Hua's vision gradually became blurry. He stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab his former lover. In the end, his body transformed into starlight and fused with the temple. Chapter 1144. It was not without reason that Emperor Dong Hua cared about the people of the world. Perhaps it had something to do with the death of his lover. He had experienced such pain, so he did not want others to experience the same pain as him. Now, Emperor Dong Hua chose to stick to his beliefs. Lin Feng hoped that the result that Emperor Dong Hua had hoped for would really happen. Die in glory. If there comes a day when everyone remembers Emperor Dong Hua can be reborn from the will of everyone. Bang! The earth-shattering collision brought Lin Feng back to reality from the illusory world he had been in. Emperor Dong Hua transformed into an eternal sun and slowly suppressed the demonic monk. The black fog dispersed, and the demonic monk appeared. In his right hand was a pitch-black chain, and in his left hand was a heart. Emperor Dong Hua's heart. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Emperor Dong Hua, your physical body was destroyed long ago. How can you still suppress me? Over the years, your power has been getting weaker and weaker, and my power is gradually recovering. The demonic monk roared. His head was suppressed under the ancient temple, and he did not know how this voice came out. Emperor Dong Hua did not answer the demonic monk. He transformed into a blazing sun and emitted a dazzling light. It was as if he could destroy all the heavens. The demonic monk destroyed the world. The demonic monk shouted coldly, and the chain wrapped around his hand. He struck out with his palm, and endless demonic light surged. The demonic monk used an iron fist to shake the blazing sun that Emperor Dong Hua had transformed into. The two sides collided again, and the void was penetrated. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Emperor Dong Hua is really much weaker. He had the upper hand in the battle back then, but now he is fighting so hard. Lin Feng frowned. He wanted to help Emperor Dong Hua, but he also knew that with his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to help Emperor Dong Hua. It would be good enough if he did not cause trouble for Emperor Dong Hua. Dong Hua Emperor, you've already stopped me from offering sacrifices many times. Every time you stop me, your strength weakens, and the deployment spells you cast in the temple weaken. You've weakened to an unprecedented level. You can't do anything to me. This time, I'm going to devour those two people, especially that human boy. His blood is incredible, it's immortal blood, and it seems like he has an even more powerful hidden blood. I'll use his blood to break the seal on you. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox edited by Lifer. Fingerfox translated by Ciencia World, the demonic monk let out a sinister laugh. Bang! The demonic monk and Emperor Dong Hua clashed once again. After this collision, Emperor Dong Hua transformed into his true self. Go! He looked at Lin Feng and Guan Guan and shot out a beam of divine light which enveloped Lin Feng and Guan Guan. Clearly, Emperor Dong Hua wanted to send Lin Feng and Guan Guan away. As long as Lin Feng and Guan Guan were not here, the demonic monk naturally had no way to perform the sacrifice. However, the accumulation of hundreds of millions of years already allowed the demonic monk's strength to recover a lot. Actually, there were many poisonous creatures in the desert. The demonic monk had transformed into one. He was constantly devouring the people who entered the desert. This was the fundamental reason why the demonic monk was gradually recovering his strength. As for Emperor Donghua, he had fused with the ancient temple. The ancient temple sat alone in the depths of the desert and gradually became dilapidated. Even the Bodhi tree had died. Emperor Donghua couldn't get any replenishment, and his strength was constantly weakening. In addition, Emperor Donghua had repeatedly stopped the demonic monk from offering sacrifices, so his strength was even weaker. Therefore, Emperor Donghua wanted to send Lin Feng and Guan Guan out this time, but he failed. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were blocked. They fell from the sky. Emperor Donghua was attacked by the demonic monk even more crazily. At this time, Emperor Donghua could no longer care about Lin Feng and Guan Guan. Of course, the demonic monk didn't have much energy to deal with Lin Feng and Guan Guan. Let's go. Run under the Bodhi tree. It's safer there. Lin Feng said as he ran towards the Bodhi tree with Guan Guan. However, they ran into trouble. Blood-red runes suddenly appeared on the ground beneath their feet. These were actually blood-red array patterns. These blood-red array patterns interweaved together and completely sealed the surroundings. A bloody light soared into the sky. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were enveloped by the blood-red array patterns and were unable to come out. Not good. It's a sacrificial array. Guan Guan's expression changed drastically. The power of sacrifice was activated. The blood-red array patterns turned into giant blood-red snakes that slithered on the ground. Guan Guan took out a jade battle axe magic treasure and slashed towards the blood-red snakes. However, the jade battle axe magic treasure was repelled. It's useless. Once the sacrificial technique is activated, it can't be destroyed, Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Then what should we do? We won't really be sacrificed, right? Guan Guan's face turned somewhat pale. The current situation was indeed too dangerous, and it made people involuntarily feel despair. If I'm not wrong, something will definitely eat us later. Let's work together and break it, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded with a serious expression. The blood-red snakes spat out blood, mist one after another. The blood mist finally condensed into an ugly head. This was the head of a monk. It was the appearance of the devil monk. Of course, this was not the head of the devil monk that was suppressed. It was a head condensed from blood-red energy. However, it was still very terrifying. Powerful bloodline, delicious flesh and blood. Let me devour you and use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice. The head let out a low roar. Then, the head directly opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour Lin Feng and Guan Guan. 8 divine seals. Great suppression technique. Lin Feng immediately used the Celestial Master Sect's supreme sealing technique and the suppression technique recorded in the 3,000 Great Tao. Now that Lin Feng's divine abilities had been cultivated to the great perfection realm, not only did their power increase greatly, but they also did not need to be channeled. With a thought, they could be used. The 8 spirit forbidding seals formed 8 runes that wrapped around the head. Ah, this is the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. Little brat, so you are the successor of the Celestial Master sect. It's useless. Your cultivation is too low. You can't seal me. The head let out a roar. Then demonic energy rolled, wanting to tear apart the runes formed by the 8 divine seals. This energy head was very terrifying. The runes formed by Lin Feng were about to be torn apart. At this time, Lin Feng's Great Suppression technique was completed and directly suppressed the head. With the help of the Great Suppression technique, the energy head was temporarily imprisoned. Divine Blood Demon Slayer, Guan shouted softly. She used the jade axe to cut open her palm. Blood immediately dyed the jade axe red. The jade axe flew in front of the energy head. Guan's bloodline was obviously very powerful. The divine blood contained in it burned. The jade axe was enveloped by the burning blood. Pooh! With a tearing sound, the energy head was cut in half. Then it began to dissipate. It's done. Lin Feng and Guan were delighted. Rumble! Rumble! But at this time, the ground shook violently. Crack, crack! Then the ground cracked open, and a pair of cold eyes looked over. Pooh! Pooh! Lin Feng and Guan felt as if they were struck by lightning. A cold light shot out from the pair of cold eyes, pierced a bloody hole in their chests. Chapter 1145. There was only a small crack in the ground, and the head couldn't come out, but the eyes could. It was the demon monk's head, and it was extremely terrifying. Of course, the demon monk's head was still being suppressed, so it couldn't use too much strength. Otherwise, Lin Feng and Guan would have died already. But even so, the demon monk's head was terrifying enough to injure Lin Feng and Guan severely. Move back, said the demon monk. Lin Feng used his immortal body to heal his injuries, but Guan didn't have Lin Feng's abilities, so he was pulled behind Lin Feng. Despicable humans, do you think you can escape death? You're gravely mistaken. Today you're going to die. The demon monk's head said in an eerie voice. Once again, an ice-cold light shot out from his eyes, penetrating through the heavens and earth and shooting over. Be careful! Guan's expression suddenly changed as she shouted worriedly. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him, shouted Lin Feng, taking out the 4 vicious cauldron. He used the 4 vicious cauldron as a defensive treasure and put it in front of him. The killing power in the eyes of the demonic monk was astonishing. However, the 4 vicious cauldron was too sturdy. When the lights shot out of the 4 vicious cauldron, there was a loud sound. It couldn't penetrate the 4 vicious cauldron. Purple earthgore fire. Black, godly fire. After that, Lin Feng took out 2 heavenly flames. Needless to say, the heavenly flames were terrifying, and they were one of Lin Feng's trump cards. The heavenly flames were the source of fire, and they were extremely hot. The demon monk was a demonic cultivator, and he was perfectly restrained by the heavenly flames. The heavenly flames drilled into the ground and wrapped around the demon monk's head. The 2 heavenly flames burned fiercely. The demon monk's head was severely injured, and he screamed in pain. Heavenly flames. Little boy, you've refined 2 heavenly flames, and you've used them to injure me. The demonic monk's voice was mournful, but it was also mixed with endless resentment. The heavenly flames had injured the demon monk, which made him furious. In his eyes, Lin Feng was like an ant. Being injured by an ant, the demonic monk would naturally view this as a humiliation. Guan was extremely shocked. She naturally knew what the heavenly fire was and what it meant. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had celestial fire. Guan had never thought that Lin Feng would have celestial fire. What astonished Guan the most was that Lin Feng didn't only have celestial fire, but he also had 2 types of celestial fire. How incredible! Little boy, I'm going to eat you. The demon monk's head opened its bloody mouth, and sucked Lin Feng's heavenly flames. That strength contained space and time cosmic energies. Lin Feng's body kept shrinking as he flew towards the fissure. The demon monk's idea was simple. He wanted to devour Lin Feng. Not only could he resolve his current crisis, but he also wanted to devour heavenly flames. He wanted to refine Lin Feng's 2 heavenly flames. The demon monk's wishful thinking was quite good. Use the great entanglement technique to connect me to the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Lin Feng shouted. Guan didn't dare to hesitate and used the great entanglement technique. The great entanglement technique condensed numerous threads that wrapped around Lin Feng's body. The other end wrapped around the 4 ferocious cauldrons. Lin Feng relaxed a little and began to activate the inheritance of the celestial master path. With my blood as a guide, condense the God-breaking array, rune, God-breaking finger, break the souls of all living beings. Lin Feng shouted as the blood in his body burned. Lin Feng wasn't burning ordinary blood, but the immortal divine blood. Some of the inheritances of the celestial master path were very powerful, but obviously, if one wanted to use those skills, they had to pay a heavy price. For example, Lin Feng's godly destroying finger was a good example. It could only be used by burning a special bloodline. Without a special bloodline, one wouldn't be able to use such a secret technique. The immortal divine blood in Lin Feng's body had recovered by 26%, but now 6% of the immortal divine blood had been ignited in an instant. The price was too great. Forcibly burning the immortal divine blood in the body could easily cause the realm to drop. Moreover, it was very likely that it would cause unimaginable damage to the body. If it was serious, it might even cause the cultivation to never be able to progress. Therefore, the price of burning divine blood was extremely heavy. Lin Feng had no choice but to burn his godly blood and use the godly destroying finger, a skill that could kill 1,000 enemies, but also injure 800 people. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be devoured, he pointed out with his finger. The God-breaking finger touched the demon monk's head, and a golden finger condensed from runes instantly flew into the demon monk's head, aiming for the soul of the demon monk's head. The power of the demon monk's head was still sealed. He had only recovered a small portion of his power, so when faced with Lin Feng's God-breaking finger, that he had paid a huge price to use. The demon monk's head couldn't block it. Puff! The God-breaking finger instantly pierced through the demon monk's soul source, injuring his soul. The demon monk's head let out an incomparably mournful scream. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to retrieve the 2 heavenly flames. The threads wrapped around Lin Feng's body quickly shrank, and Lin Feng's body was pulled out of the crack in the ground by the threads. 8 divine seals. Great suppression technique. Immediately after, Lin Feng attacked again. When the demon monk's head was injured, he used a sealing technique to seal the cracked ground again. The reason this place cracked was because the restriction that had been applied here had been destroyed. Brat, how dare you? The demon monk's head roared angrily. He endured the intense pain in his head and wanted to tear apart Lin Feng's seal. At that moment, the great suppression technique condensed into the word suppress. It overlapped with the sealing runes formed by the 8 divine seals. The demon monk couldn't break the seal for the time being. In the distance, Emperor Donghua, who was fighting the demon monk's body, saw this scene, and his eyes lit up slightly. He shot out a beam of divine light that sank into the runes formed by Lin Feng's 8 divine seals and great suppression technique, increasing the power of the 8 divine seals and great suppression technique. The demon monk was completely suppressed. "Damned brat, you've ruined my plans." The demon monk's corpse roared angrily. After forcing Emperor Donghua back, it pounced toward Lin Feng. "Enter the cauldron!" shouted Lin Feng loudly. He and Guan Guan entered the cauldron and activated it with all their might. The cauldron ruthlessly struck the demon monk's headless body. Lin Feng could sense that after the demon monk's head was suppressed, the demon monk's strength was rapidly draining away. When the demon monk's body couldn't connect with his head, his strength would drop to a low point. At that moment, the demon monk's fighting strength would decrease sharply. It was a good opportunity to deal with him. The four divine cauldron quickly flew away. This supreme treasure's power was astonishing. With a bang, the four divine cauldron ruthlessly struck the demon monk's headless body. The demon monk's body was sent flying. Slash! Emperor Donghua attacked. A beam of cold light shot out and cut off the demon monk's hand that was grabbing his heart. Ah! The demon monk screamed in pain. His headless body turned into a black fog and rushed out of the ancient temple, escaping without a trace. Chapter 1146. Emperor Donghua couldn't leave the ancient temple, so he naturally couldn't chase after the demon monk. Thus, the demon monk had no choice but to escape. However, now that the demon monk was seriously injured, he probably wouldn't be able to come out to stir up trouble for a long time. Emperor Donghua held his heart in his hand. He was silent for a long time. In the past, his heart had been dug out by the demon monk, which led to his death. Now, Emperor Donghua had taken back his heart, but it was too late. This was the emperor's heart, and it was still beating. Lin Feng admired Emperor Donghua very much. "When the emperor returns, I will be buried on South Mountain." Emperor Donghua had a sad side. "I will use my broken body to suppress this demon forever." This was the magnanimity of Emperor Donghua, who cared about all the people in the world. For the sake of the world, he sacrificed himself. In this world, how many people could sacrifice themselves for the sake of the world? But Emperor Donghua did it. He was worthy of everyone's respect. Lin Feng's admiration for Emperor Donghua came from the bottom of his heart. "I hope that my heart can revive the Bodhi tree," Emperor Donghua murmured. He dug a deep hole next to the withered Bodhi tree. Then, Emperor Donghua buried his heart under the Bodhi tree. Something shocking happened. The Bodhi tree actually came back to life. The originally dead Bodhi tree emitted vitality and began to sprout. This was the emperor's heart. It could revive the dead. But in the end, Emperor Donghua couldn't revive himself. "You came here by accident and helped me suppress the demon. There must be some fate between us," said Lin Feng. Emperor Donghua gently tapped the demon monk's broken arm. 2 drops of blood flew out. "This is Emperor's blood. It can help you recover." The 2 drops of Emperor's blood fused into Lin Feng and Guan Guan's bodies. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Feng and Guan Guan were overjoyed. This could be said to be a heaven-defying opportunity. The value of Emperor's blood was immeasurable. And now Lin Feng and Guan Guan had obtained Emperor's blood. Cultivate under the Bodhi tree. It can help you refine the Emperor's blood. Emperor Donghua said. Yes, Lin Feng and Guan Guan bowed to Donghua, Imperial Emperor. They sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, and the imperial blood in their bodies began to merge into their bodies. The demonic monk's monarch blood contained boundless demonic thoughts. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were originally unable to refine it, not to mention refining. The monarch blood of the demonic monk fused into their bodies. The 2 of them were about to be controlled by the demonic thoughts, lose themselves, and become the demonic monk's slaves. But now, the demonic will and evil power in the demonic monk's blood had been wiped out by Donghua Emperor. Only the most original energy was left. Therefore, after Lin Feng and Guan Guan refined it, it would not cause any harm to their bodies. As the emperor blood was absorbed by his body, Lin Feng immediately felt a gratifying change. Originally, because he had burned a large amount of immortal god blood, his body's qi and blood had collapsed, and he was very weak. Now that he had refined the emperor blood, his weak body quickly recovered. What made Lin Feng even happier was that after his body had fully recovered, the immortal god blood in his body started to condense again. 21%, 22%. The immortal god blood continued to increase. Finally, it reached 30% before it stopped growing. Lin Feng revealed an ecstatic expression. He did not expect that he would actually benefit from a disaster this time. Not only did the immortal god blood not decrease, but it also increased from 26% before it was burned to 30% now. Only a small portion of the emperor blood has been consumed. It's just that I've reached my limit and can't continue refining the emperor blood. Otherwise, it will harm my origin. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He stored the unrefined emperor blood in his Dan-si. Boom. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation was emitted from Lin Feng's body. A message appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He used his spiritual will to investigate and immediately revealed a shocked expression. When the immortal god blood in his body had recovered to 30%, Lin Feng had activated the second special ability. Each of the 10 great ancient taboo divine bodies had 9 special abilities, far surpassing ordinary special physiques. Previously, Lin Feng had awakened the 9 steps of death, a special ability. This time, Lin Feng had awakened the gates of hell. This special ability could summon the phantom of the gates of hell. It was rumored that the gates of hell were the gates to the infernal world. Summoning the phantom of the gates of hell to fight against the enemy was a heaven-defying attack technique. What are gates of hell? Lin Feng channeled the immortal god blood. In the void, an illusory divine gate appeared. That divine gate was the gates of hell. Summoning the gates of hell consumed a lot of magic power. However, if he could successfully summon it, the destructive power it produced would also be shockingly strong. Lin Feng had not truly revealed the gates of hell. Just now, he had only revealed a trace of its divine might. Lin Feng already knew how powerful the gates of hell were. This was enough. Guan Guan had also awakened. She had also obtained great benefits. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Donghua, who was not far away. Emperor Donghua stood more than 10 meters away, looking into the distance. His gaze was distant, and his eyes were deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Now, Emperor Donghua's state of life was very strange. If he was dead, he still existed. If he was alive, his body would have long turned into specks of starlight. Emperor Donghua had fused into this ancient temple, becoming a part of it to suppress the demon monk. If one day the ancient temple was destroyed, when that time came, Emperor Donghua might be completely destroyed. Would he disappear from the world? It is very difficult for me to wake up for a long time, so I will send you all away soon. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Emperor Donghua smiled. He was very handsome, and his smile was very bright. But he was also lonely. Just like the fire crow that Lin Feng had encountered in the death swamp, he was trapped in a place forever, unable to escape, and had to endure endless loneliness. And for a person, loneliness was the most terrifying thing. However, Emperor Donghua was willing to bear this eternal loneliness until the temple was destroyed. That was when he would be gone with the wind. Who else in this world knew? Emperor Donghua had silently dedicated his life to the people of the world. Where is this desert? Lin Feng asked. He felt that this desert was very strange, which was why Lin Feng asked. The infinite demonic sand. The outer area is controlled by the demon monk. Ordinary people can't enter at all. They will be killed by the demon monk. Those who are qualified to enter are cultivators with powerful bloodlines. The demon monk wants to use these cultivators with powerful bloodlines as a sacrifice, Emperor Dong Hua said. Emperor Dong Hua said, "Is there a way to save you?" Lin Feng continued to ask. This was what he was most concerned about. Lin Feng really wanted to save Emperor Dong Hua. As for what Emperor Dong Hua said, "I will die in glory. If one day all living beings will remember me, I will be reborn in the will of all living beings." This sentence was too fleeting, like a kind of sustenance, and not a way to save Emperor Dong Hua. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, past and present, a dream. This is my fate, Emperor Dong Hua said. Hearing Emperor Dong Hua's words, Lin Feng was silent. Guan Guan's eyes were red. A great emperor had fallen to such a miserable end. Lin Feng and Guan Guan felt very sad and heartbroken. Emperor Dong Hua had seen through his own destiny. He knew that he would die one day. This long life was like a dream, passing by like smoke. Chapter 1147. Lin Feng and Guan Guan were sent out of the desert by Emperor Dong Hua. Life is really a mystery, Guan Guan murmured. After experiencing the matter of Emperor Dong Hua, she felt a lot of emotions. Lin Feng said, "It's difficult to control one's own fate. Even someone as powerful as the great emperor can't control his own fate. It really makes one sigh." The two of them left the place with heavy and sorrowful emotions. The moon was bright, and the wind was blowing gently. Lin Feng and Guan Guan had experienced many things together. Therefore, the two of them had a much deeper relationship. On this long night, when he was alone with a beautiful woman, some random thoughts would pop up in his mind. He originally wanted to find a chance to get close to her, but in the end, he was smashed to the ground by Guan Guan's fist. Tigress. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Guan Guan said proudly, "Who asked you to be dishonest? Next time you dare to be dishonest, I won't be merciful." Late at night, Guan Guan stood up and looked into the distance. She frowned slightly, glanced at Lin Feng, and then flew into the distance. "We still have a mission. We're all waiting for you." A voice came from the darkness. "It took some time, but it doesn't matter. There's still enough time," Guan Guan said. "Take care of your own matters as soon as possible." The existence in the darkness said, and then disappeared without a trace. Obviously, this was an abnormally tyrannical existence, but he didn't know what his relationship with Guan Guan was. The next day, Guan Guan said goodbye to Lin Feng. She waved her fist reluctantly and said, "Don't go around fooling around. Otherwise, I'll beat you up." In fact, the arrival of that person last night couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that Guan Guan didn't leave quietly. Instead, she stayed behind and told him that she was leaving to do something. It was a secret that the top geniuses of the Devil Dao were working together to do. This was a secret that the Devil Dao held, and Lin Feng shouldn't know about it. "You're leaving? I'm a little reluctant. Why don't you leave quietly? Saying goodbye now is really sad," Lin Feng said. "Of course I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm also warning you that you can't go around flirting with other women. I don't like to share my man with other women." Guan Guan snorted and said, her character was really bold. She never hid her thoughts in her heart, nor did she hide her feelings. Lin Feng found that he really liked to discipline this kind of straightforward character. He held Guan Guan in his arms and sucked on her tender lips. Woo, woo, woo. Guan Guan struggled, but was held by Lin Feng. Slowly, she began to respond. Perhaps it was because of their parting that she was no longer as resistant as before. Until Lin Feng's right hand sneaked into her clothes. Guan Guan's eyes widened and her face flushed red. She pushed Lin Feng away and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She spat, shameless. She tidied up her clothes and flew into the distance. After flying for 100 meters, she turned around and looked deeply at Lin Feng with her beautiful big eyes. Then she turned around and left. Lin Feng had the feeling that he had lost something. Although Guan Guan was the holy maiden of the demonic Tao, she was bold, kind, and pure. This kind of woman was lovable. After Guan Guan left, Lin Feng did not stay any longer. He chose a direction and walked alone. He went deep into dangerous places to fight fierce beasts, search for spirit herbs, and look for ancient cultivators' caves. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit liked this kind of place the most. The two little fellows often left with empty stomachs, and when they returned, their stomachs would be round. It was unknown how many heavenly materials they had eaten. In the depths of the ancient forest mountain range, there would be the angry roars of powerful fierce beasts from time to time. It was most likely because Bibi and Dragon Rabbit had stolen the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Those powerful fierce beasts were completely enraged. Lin Feng had been consolidating his cultivation. Now that he was at the 9th layer of the creation realm, he was preparing to break through to the 10th layer of the creation realm. After a period of time, Lin Feng heard a lot of news. There were a few supreme geniuses who had obtained opportunities and broken through to the life and death realm. These supreme geniuses were able to challenge those of a higher realm when they were at a lower realm. Now that they had broken through to the life and death realm, it was unknown how terrifying they were. It's him. On this day, Lin Feng passed by a cultivator's trading area. He had exchanged some things he needed, and when he left, he was recognized by someone. Boom! When he passed by a rocky hill, Lin Feng suffered a fierce and violent attack. The attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they headed towards Lin Feng. No matter how fast Lin Feng's reaction was, he could not dodge these attacks. He had no choice but to block them. In the end, he was sent flying. His body was covered in blood from the explosion. He had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, he managed to keep his life. Brat, you're really lucky. A group of cultivators rushed over. The leader of the group had an indifferent expression. Who are you? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He did not know this person and had never interacted with him. Now that he had been ambushed, Lin Feng was furious. Killing intent had already risen in his heart. Fortune Gate, Shui Gui, the leading cultivator said with a sneer. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard of the Fortune Gate before. It was one of the top forces in the Fortune Prefecture. It was extremely powerful and could even contend with the heavenly god palace. Do we have any enmity? Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. You are responsible for the Outer Sky tribe's escape. You caused us to be unable to obtain the heavenly crystals, heavenly stones, and heavenly Tao fruits. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Shui Gui's voice was cold. So it's because of this matter. Lin Feng nodded and silently took out the revered sword tomb. He had nothing to say to these people. People who walked different paths could not make plans together. Now, it was not just a matter of different paths. Either one of them died, or the other lived. Kill this brat. Shui Gui's voice was cold. Following his order, close to 100 experts surrounded Lin Feng. I'll use you as a sacrifice to my sword. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He charged into the crowd and started a frenzied battle with the experts. Lin Feng's body was riddled with wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. His injuries were very serious. If it was someone else, they would have died many times over. However, his undying bloodline was too powerful. It constantly healed his injuries. Lin Feng did not die. Instead, the cultivators who surrounded him were continuously killed by Lin Feng. Their numbers kept decreasing. In the end, these cultivators were terrified by Lin Feng's slaughter. Shui Gui's battle prowess was equivalent to an 8th heavenly layer ancient expert. If it was before, he would have been able to defeat Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly after refining the heavenly Tao fruit and sovereign bloodline. Shui Gui was no longer a match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng charged towards Shui Gui with his 3 swords. Under the revered sword control technique, the 3 swords slashed towards Shui Gui one after another. Shui Gui was exhausted. Lin Feng seized a rare opportunity to use a magnetic field to imprison Shui Gui. Then, he grabbed the black dragon sword floating in front of him and shouted loudly, piercing through Shui Gui's chest. Chapter 1148. Shui Gui, I actually died, just like that. Shui Gui muttered to himself in disbelief. He lowered his head and looked at the black dragon sword that had pierced through his chest. In the next moment, his head drooped down, and he died. Run! The rest of the people turned pale, and they turned to flee. Even an expert like Shui Gui was being hunted down. So how could they have the courage to fight Lin Feng? They had long been scared out of their wits. It's too late to escape now. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not show mercy to these people as they wanted his life. Lin Feng naturally would not let them go. Asterisk swish, asterisk, a cold light flashed. Sword chi crisscrossed. 3 treasured swords flew out like lightning under the regal sword control art, shooting out in all directions. One expert after another was killed on the spot. No one was able to escape, and in the end, they were all killed by Lin Feng. After collecting these people's storage rings, Lin Feng did not stay and immediately left. After Lin Feng left, 2 cultivators walked out of the forest. The short and stout cultivator looked in horror at the messy battlefield and the corpses on the ground. He then looked at the tall and thin cultivator beside him and asked excitedly, "Did you record it?" The tall and thin cultivator nodded and said excitedly, "I've recorded it, and now we're going to be rich. This recording will definitely sell for a high price." The tall and thin cultivator held a crystal ball in his hand. This crystal ball had a memory array, and it had recorded the entire battle between Lin Feng and Shui Gui. It did not take long for this crystal ball of light to spread throughout the cultivator gathering area. Many cultivators bought such a crystal ball of light and carefully observed the images imprinted within. This battle shocked many people. Shui Gui was an expert of the Fortune Gate, and he was one of the top experts in the Fortune Gate. He had cultivated for 297 years, and with Shui Gui's battle prowess, it should be very difficult for anyone to defeat him. Furthermore, he had close to 100 experts by his side. With Shui Gui and those experts, even a supreme genius would not dare to face them head-on. However, the truth was that Shui Gui and nearly 100 experts had been killed. That person is Lin Feng, the one who trampled on Morong Tianshun. He has incredible innate abilities, and it's said that he has something to do with the escape of the foreign races. Naturally, there were people who were able to recognize Lin Feng's identity. Many things about Lin Feng had been uncovered. Isn't this little stone saint? I saw him in Holy Stone City. The one sect and 3 palaces tried to kill the descendant of the Taiqing Heavenly Emperor and kidnapped the little princess of the demon race. He was the one who foiled their plan and rescued the little princess News about Lin Feng spread like wildfire. This person has already grown up. It seems like we can't continue to be enemies with him. We should let the other powers think of a way to get rid of him. We'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Some powers that had grudges with Lin Feng, such as the Heavenly Gate and Snow Province's Xiang family, changed their way of dealing with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's growth was too fast, and many powers knew that if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would bring disaster upon themselves. Once Lin Feng fully matured, he would definitely become a huge threat. In fact, there had been many cases in history where a top power had been destroyed. 70,000 years ago, there was an ancient power in the Sky Martial continent. This power coveted the treasures of a young cultivator. They tried to surround and kill the young cultivator several times, but failed to kill him. Instead, the young cultivator escaped without a trace. 30 years later, the young cultivator rose to power and destroyed that ancient power. That young man was called the Ice Fire Demon God by the later generations, but his real name was not recorded. The reason why he was called the Ice Fire Demon God was because he had twin martial spirits, ice martial spirits and fire martial spirits. After destroying the ancient power that chased after him when he was young, he left the Tianwu continent and broke through to the divine realm in the 9 continents. After breaking through, he returned to the Tianwu continent and picked up some friends and family. So many years had passed, but the legend of the Ice Fire Demon God still existed in the Tianwu continent. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Gate and other top powers chose not to make an enemy out of Lin Feng. Their grudges with Lin Feng had not reached the point where only one of them would die. These top powers weren't particularly strong among the ancient powers, and they didn't have emperor weapons guarding their sections. If Lin Feng really rose to power in the future, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Even if their sects were to be destroyed, there was no need to make a fuss. The Heavenly God Temple, Fortune Gate, and other top powers didn't have such considerations because they had emperor weapons. To put it bluntly, even if Lin Feng broke through to the divine realm, he wouldn't be able to threaten the top powers with emperor weapons. The awakened emperor weapons could unleash 30% of an emperor realm's battle strength. Not to mention ordinary gods. Even giant gods could be killed. The Fortune Gate's cultivators also saw the images in the crystal ball and their killing intent sword. On the Fortune Gate's side, 5 experts entered the battlefield. These 5 experts were called Jin Bai Han, Mu Qingzong, Xianwater Dao, Huimili, and Yan Qiankuan. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together. That cultivator called Lin Feng has to be killed. Otherwise, the Fortune Gate's prestige will be questioned, said the leader of the Fortune Gate. Since that's the case, let's find him and kill him. This guy has a lot of treasures on him. Killing him will give us more treasures than finding the ancient cultivator's cave. Since that's the case, let's go find him. After we find him, let's send a message. Just in case, let's kill him. After the 5 experts reached an agreement, they quickly dispersed and went to find Lin Feng. He finally showed up. Di Xingtian's expression was indifferent as he flew across the sky with his battle spear in hand. I can't wait to kill you. Ning Li Tao's expression was indifferent as he stepped into the void and headed towards the area where Lin Feng had appeared. Is this the brat who obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Master sect? A cold voice sounded. This was another ancient and terrifying inheritance. The Heavenly Master sect. This ancient power had always been enemies with the Heavenly Master sect. Now that they knew that Lin Feng was the successor of the Heavenly Master sect, they naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng go. 3 days later, Lin Feng was in trouble. He bumped into an extremely strong cultivator, Yan Qiankuan, one of the 5 experts of the Fortune Gate. Chapter 1149. Yan Qiankuan's body was shrouded in divine light. As one of the Fortune Gate's 5 great experts, his strength could be said to have reached perfection. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his bearing was extraordinary. He was calm and composed, as if no matter what he faced, Yen Qianquan would always have the initiative in his hands. Just like when Yen Qianquan faced Lin Feng, he said, "Your Excellency's talent is admirable, but talent doesn't equate to strength. If your strength can increase, then even the best talent will be in vain. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have been buried in foreign lands?" Lin Feng said, "It seems like you want to bury me here." "Indeed, I do plan to do so." Yen Qianquan stepped forward. "Since you killed my Fortune Gates people, no one in this world can save your life." Yen Qianquan was a very strong person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. He attacked Lin Feng using the hand of universe. Universe was the sky. Earth was the earth. The meaning of universe was as wide as the sky and as heavy as the earth. This hand of universe condensed into a huge palm. This palm could grab the heavens and earth and capture the sun and moon. Lin Feng could feel the vastness of the universe and the boundless aura of the earth. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape from this palm. Amazing, truly amazing, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Yen Qianquan's cultivation had definitely broken through to the life and death realm. However, Yen Qianquan was a genius, so his cultivation should only be in the early stages of the life and death realm. However, the reason why geniuses were called geniuses was because they could display high-level battle prowess at a lower stage. Yen Qianquan's battle prowess was roughly equivalent to an ordinary 9th or 10th stage life and death realm cultivator. Therefore, he was exceptionally tyrannical. Of course, Lin Feng's strength had greatly improved, so he didn't fear this person. Facing Yen Qianquan's hand of universe, he used the immemorial star-plucking hand. In the void, a huge energy hand condensed and collided with Yen Qianquan's attack. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Their attacks collided, and both of them were annihilated. The confrontation between Lin Feng and Yen Qianquan ended in a flash. At this time, Yen Qianquan displayed his second powerful spirit technique, Tao of Reincarnation. A monstrous magical power surged out and condensed into 2 divine gates. The first gate had the word heaven written on it. The second gate had the word earth written on it. This was the gate of heaven and earth. The 2 divine gates pressed down on Lin Feng. The attacks of these 2 divine gates were not individual attacks. Instead, they were responding to each other from afar. A terrifying force gushed out from the 2 divine gates. The 2 divine gates seemed to have become the gates of reincarnation, wanting to kill Lin Feng in the void. My cosmic reincarnation path has fused the strength of the earth and the sky with the strength of reincarnation. It condenses the cosmic reincarnation gate. If you're surrounded by the cosmic reincarnation gate, you'll die, said Lin Feng. Yen Qianquan sneered. Obviously, he had great confidence in the magic he had just displayed. Of course, this was a divine ability. It was indeed very powerful. It's too early to be proud. Watch me break your cosmic reincarnation gate. Lin Feng roared and walked in the void. The 5 Emperor Dragon fists swept out. Behind him, the White Emperor Golden Dragon, the Wood Emperor Azure Dragon, the Water Emperor Black Dragon, the Fire Emperor Red Dragon, and the Yellow Emperor Divine Dragon appeared. The 5 emperors wore Holy Emperor robes and stepped on giant dragons. They were like gods descending to the world. The great Tao resonated between heaven and earth. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. This was because Lin Feng had cultivated the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to perfection. The 5 Emperor Dragon Fists was a 5-element spirit technique that could resonate with heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another was thrown out. 36 punches flew out in a row. Crack, crack. Yen Qianquan's cosmic reincarnation gate was destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground as he punched towards Yen Qianquan. Yen Qianquan was shocked. He didn't expect his spirit technique to be broken by Lin Feng so easily. Therefore, when Lin Feng's punch came, Yen Qianquan could only react hastily. Bang! He and Lin Feng collided. Yen Qianquan was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. His qi and blood were in turmoil. He almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. This made Yen Qianquan extremely angry. He was confident that his strength could suppress Lin Feng. However, he had underestimated Lin Feng and was injured by Lin Feng. One couldn't underestimate a top genius. Yen Qianquan couldn't help but feel a little regretful for his overconfidence. Lin Feng charged towards Yen Qianquan. He used the sky splitter and integrated his body into this spirit technique. This was an ultimate move that Lin Feng had comprehended after watching the great Peng King fight. Now, Lin Feng had become a saber light that could split heaven and earth. It pierced through the void and destroyed everything. With one slash, no one would be left alive. River of Cosmos. However, Yen Qianquan wasn't so easy to deal with. Facing Lin Feng's attack, a long river appeared in front of him. This long river swept across heaven and earth, just like the undying world's heavenly river. It separated the two of them by millions of li. When Lin Feng's attack arrived, it was blocked by the river of Cosmos. Brat, your time of death has come. At that moment, a cold voice spread in the air. For strong cultivators were coming from the distance and surrounding Lin Feng. These 4 people were Jin Baihan, Greenwood Sect, Mysterious Water Sect, and Huomuli. The Fortune Gate actually has so many top experts. Lin Feng frowned. It was already good enough for the other ancient superpowers to have one top genius like Yen Qianquan. However, the Fortune Gate had another 4 top geniuses like him. As expected of an ancient superpower that could contend against the heavenly god Temple, Lin Feng soared into the sky. He didn't want to continue fighting. It was very dangerous to be surrounded by 5 top experts. You can't escape. The 5 experts sneered. At the same time, they used a divine ability called the inescapable net. It was a joint attack. In the void, boundless magic energy weaved into a huge net that enveloped Lin Feng. They wanted to bind Lin Feng. If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly tore the net apart and used the void travel technique, disappearing without a trace. Chase. The 5 experts' expressions were gloomy. The news of Lin Feng and Yen Qianquan's battle spread, and it caused a huge commotion. The Fortune Gate really did make a move to kill Lin Feng. Di Shengtian was like a god. He held his spear and flew in the direction of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, come out and die. My spear can't wait to drink your blood. Many people's hearts trembled. Di Shengtian wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was going to be an earth-shattering battle. Lin Feng, where are you hiding? Quickly come out and see me. I'm going to cut off your head. Ning Li Tao was surrounded by boundless immortal light. He was looking everywhere for Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 1150. The Starnet Lake was a huge lake in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. It stretched as far as the eye could see and was covered with dense restrictions. Danger lurked everywhere. However, the Starnet Lake attracted many experts because there was a kind of fierce beast that lived here. This fierce beast was called the Starnet Crocodile. The star-net crocodile had a beast crystal in its body. This beast crystal was an incredible treasure that could greatly increase a cultivator's soul power. Now, Lin Feng also came to the star-net lake to look for beast crystals. After such a long time of bitter cultivation, Lin Feng's soul power had reached the 6th layer of the life and death realm. Although it was not weak, Lin Feng was still not satisfied. However, the increase of soul power was the most difficult. Lin Feng had almost consumed all of the Star River Divine liquid. He needed to find some new treasures to increase his soul power. Obviously, the beast crystal of the star-net crocodile was the best treasure. Lin Feng entered the star-net lake. The surrounding cultivators also entered the star-net lake one after another. The outer region of the star-net lake was not particularly dangerous. However, once they entered the central region, it would be extremely dangerous. After flying for about 3 days, Lin Feng saw more than 10 star-net crocodiles rushing out of the lake. They instantly bit a cultivator to death, and then dragged the cultivator's body into the depths of the lake. This was the first time he saw a star-net crocodile. These star-net crocodiles looked similar to ordinary crocodiles. However, their tails were more special. It was not a crocodile tail, but a scorpion tail. There were barbs on their tails. The barbs were blue in color and should be poisonous. Ordinary star-net crocodiles were about 1 meter long. These star-net crocodiles were amphibious fierce beasts. They were abnormally fierce, extremely fast, and had amazing defense. Therefore, hunting them was not an easy task. Because of this, many cultivators entered the star-net lake in groups. It was safer this way. Star-net crocodiles like to surround and kill lone cultivators. Therefore, moving alone in the star-net lake was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Lin Feng and a group of cultivators entered the star-sift lake to hunt star crocodiles. On this day, they saw 2 groups of cultivators fighting in the distance. However, one of the groups was clearly on the verge of collapsing. Originally, there were around 10+ cultivators there. At present, there were only 3 or 4 cultivators left. It did not take long before another group of over 20 cultivators killed them off. People from Mount Blood Demon, hurry up and leave. After seeing that group of people, some of the cultivators' expressions changed greatly. They didn't dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. Mount Blood Demon was an exceptionally terrifying and evil force. It was one of the 3 great demonic sects in the Sky Martial University. There were many demonic forces in Sky Martial Continent, but they were mainly divided into 3 factions. The first faction was the demonic Saint Palace that Guan Guan was in. Other than that, there were also a few top forces of the demonic Tao that were allies with the demonic Saint Palace. The second faction was Mount Blood Demon. At the same time, there were also many Devil Tao forces that were on good terms with Mount Blood Demon. The third faction was the Demonic Palace. It was said that the Demonic Palace was related to the Demonic Palace, and it seemed to be related to the Demonic Saint Palace as well. However, for some unknown reason, the Demonic Palace and the Demonic Saint Palace were currently at odds with each other. Among the 3 factions, the Demonic Saint Palace was a group of demonic forces that kept a very low profile. They didn't move around the Sky Martial Continent much. As for the Demonic Palace, it was more mysterious. There were many legends about the Demonic Palace, but most of them were untrue. Currently, most of the demonic experts that were active in the Sky Martial Continent were from Mount Blood Demon. As for Mount Blood Demon's cultivation technique, the Blood Demon Great Technique, it required the blood of countless cultivators to cultivate it. It was an evil and vicious cultivation technique. It was precisely these demonic forces from Mount Blood Demon that killed the innocent completely destroying the reputation of the demonic sections. Nowadays, when people talked about the demonic sects, they hated them. Some even wanted to get rid of them. In reality, not all demonic sects were evil. It could only be said that a portion of the demonic sects were evil. However, who in the world would divide the demonic sects? When people talked about the demonic sects, they hated them to the core. Regardless of whether they killed the innocent, if they dared to say that they were from the demonic sects, they would definitely be hunted down by those from the righteous sections. Perhaps this was the so-called, "It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go." Who dared to provoke the people from Mount Blood Demon? Everyone immediately scattered and ran away in different directions. Chase, the people from Mount Blood Demon, sneered and chased after some cultivators. The cultivators from Mount Blood Demon were extremely terrifying. There were many of them, and they also brought extremely powerful Dharma treasures. Some of the cultivators who were slower to escape were brutally murdered. Of course, there were also many cultivators who successfully got rid of the people from Mount Blood Demon. The world of cultivators was so dangerous. Sometimes one had to think about resisting the dangers of the outside world. They had to be on guard against cultivators at all times. Not only did they have to be wary of demonic cultivators, but they also had to be wary of righteous cultivators. This was because these righteous cultivators' identities were often just a tool to hide their true nature. Many righteous cultivators could transform into demons at any time and place to kill people and steal their treasures. Their methods were even more ruthless than some demonic cultivators. Lin Feng came to an uninhabited island in the central region alone. He set up a large array in the shallow water region, and then entered Starnet Lake to hunt many ferocious beasts. There were not only starnet crocodiles in Starnet Lake. There were many kinds of ferocious beasts. However, only the starnet crocodiles contained beast crystals that were beneficial to cultivators' cultivation. Lin Feng placed the corpses of these ferocious beasts in the large array. Then he returned to the island and opened a cave abode to cultivate. The next day, Lin Feng came to the large array and found dozens of corpses of starnet crocodiles on the water surface. They were all killed by the large array. These starnet crocodiles were ferocious. After smelling the smell of blood, they would swarm over. The corpses of the ferocious beasts from last night had been eaten by dozens of starnet crocodiles. However, these starnet crocodiles were then killed by the large array. Lin Feng took out the beast crystals of the starnet crocodiles and burned the corpses. The starnet crocodiles didn't eat the corpses of their own kind, so Lin Feng went to Starnet Lake to hunt a few more ferocious beasts and place them in the large array. He waited for the starnet crocodiles to take the bait. Meanwhile, he returned to the cave abode to refine the beast crystals. After refining dozens of beast crystals, his soul power had a very significant increase. This made Lin Feng very happy. After about 10 days, Lin Feng's soul power broke through to the 7th layer of life and death realm. Lin Feng continued to hunt starnet crocodiles. 1 month later, his soul power broke through again and reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. Boom! On this day, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of Starnet Lake. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He looked in the direction of Starnet Lake with astonishment. Many cultivators flew towards the depths of Starnet Lake. It seems like an opportunity is about to appear, Lin Feng said to himself. He soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of Starnet Lake. Quite a few powerful cultivators had arrived. Right now, they were floating above an island. Chapter 1151. Rumor has it that there's a cave abode on the island. The origin of this cave abode is astonishing. It's called the Heavenly Star Grotto. A cultivator said, "Heavenly Star Grotto, what a strange name. What's its origin?" One of the cultivators asked, "The Heavenly Star Grotto is the place where Heavenly Star God passed away." This Heavenly Star God wasn't simple at all. Rumor has it that he was a commander of the Undying Realms Tian He, and he was Grand Marshal Tian, his favorite general. One day, the Heavenly Court discovered that a treasure called Sacred Origin Liquid had been born in the depths of the starfield, so they sent Grand Marshal Tian, he to retrieve the Sacred Origin Liquid. Grand Marshal Tian. He then entrusted this task to his favorite general, Heavenly Star God. However, Heavenly Star God was unexpectedly greedy and kept 1/10 of the Sacred Origin Liquid for himself. However, paper can't hide fire, and the Heavenly Court eventually found out. Thus, the Heavenly Court wanted to execute Heavenly Star God. Grand Marshal Tian, he couldn't bear to do so, so he let Heavenly Star God go. Grand Marshal Tian, he was removed from his position because of this, and Heavenly Star God was placed on the wanted list. He fled to the lower realms. Later, there were rumors that Heavenly Star God entered a small world and built the Heavenly Star Grotto. In the end, he passed away in the Heavenly Star Grotto. Today, the cave abode on this island is called the Heavenly Star Grotto. It makes people wonder if this cave abode is the legendary cave abode. The cultivator explained. Many people were shocked. There was actually such a story. Was this place really the burial ground of a Heavenly Star God? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. A Heavenly Star God would definitely leave behind a terrifying inheritance. It was no wonder that so many experts had come. The cave abode's restrictions are dispersing. We'll have to wait a little longer. Some news came from the island. More and more experts arrived, and there was no lack of top-tier experts among them. Most of these experts had cultivated for 100 or 200 years, and some had cultivated for close to 300 years. Thus, their battle prowess was heaven-defying, and they could even suppress autarch prodigies. They were naturally coveting the treasures left behind by Heavenly Star God. This made many cultivators frown. Then, many cultivators privately discussed the matter of cooperation. They wanted to gather a large number of cultivators to act together. However, because they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, it was hard to say who would win if a treasure really appeared. 3 days later, the restriction on the Heavenly Star Grotto finally dissipated. One after another, many cultivators entered the grotto. Lin Feng also entered and saw that the interior of the cave was filled with swirling starlight. The moment he entered the cave, Lin Feng discovered that it was as if he had entered a world of stars. Illusory formation. Lin Feng was shocked. The galaxy in front of him was an illusion formation. Moreover, it was an extremely high-level illusion array that created a world of stars and bewitched cultivators who entered it. It was very difficult for ordinary people to pass through this star river world. Lin Feng felt that this celestial river world could block at least 90% of the cultivators outside. Those who could enter the Grand Array were either experts or cultivators with a certain level of understanding towards magic arrays, or cultivators with exceptionally strong soul powers capable of detecting the flaws in the Grand Array. Of course, such a gigantic deployment spell couldn't trap Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. Some of the smarter cultivators followed behind Lin Feng. They flashed and moved in the Grand Array as they rushed into the depths. Lin Feng did not pay attention to these people. If they could keep up, it would be their fortune and opportunity. Finally, Lin Feng passed through the Grand Array. What appeared in front of him were 9 huge tunnels. The dark tunnels were so dark that he could not see what was inside. Lin Feng chose a tunnel and entered it. Then he followed the tunnel all the way into the depths. One after another, people passed through the star river world and entered the tunnels. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the front. It was very shrill. Lin Feng was shocked and quickly rushed over. When he arrived, he found that a cultivator had died tragically in the tunnel. This was the cultivator who had entered the cave before Lin Feng. Now, the lower half of the cultivator's body had been eaten. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have been bitten off by some ferocious beast. What happened? Behind them, more than 10 cultivators heard the screams and quickly rushed over. When they saw the cultivator's corpse, only half of his body was left. Their faces changed greatly. How did he die? These cultivators looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously. They did not recognize Lin Feng. Perhaps they had heard of Lin Feng's name and knew that a heaven-defying person called Lin Feng had trampled on heavenly god Morong. However, they could not see Lin Feng's appearance clearly. Many of them had only heard of his name, but had never seen Lin Feng's appearance. Also, there was the crystal recording of Lin Feng killing Shui Gui and the others from the Fortune Gate. After all, only a small number of people had seen it. There were too many cultivators from the 3,000 prefectures who had entered the prodigy battlefield. Even if many people had not heard of Lin Feng's name, it was not strange. Because everyone had been sent to various places, it was normal for some cultivators who were farther away from the prodigy mountain to not know that someone had entered the prodigy arena. Lin Feng said, "When I arrived, these people had already died tragically. I don't know why." The others nodded and did not ask any more questions. The group of people rushed into the depths together. In the end, the 9 tunnels converged and cultivators continued to arrive. A huge mountain appeared in front of them, and many cultivators entered it. In the mountain, there was a crystal coffin. One could vaguely see that there was a person lying in the crystal coffin. However, they could not see clearly who was lying in the crystal coffin, and they did not know whether the person lying in the coffin was male or female. In the mountain, the most attractive thing was not the crystal coffin and the corpse inside, but the 2 corpses in front of the stone wall not far away. One of the corpses was holding a spear and had pierced the other person's chest. The spear had nailed the cultivator to the stone wall. The cultivator, who had been nailed to the wall, was holding a treasured sword in his hand. The treasured sword had pierced the neck of the cultivator holding the spear. Both of them had died. However, even though they had been dead for so many years, their corpses had not decayed and were still in good condition. This was too inconceivable. Unless one has reached the god realm, it is impossible for one's physical body to be immortal. A cultivator said, "2 gods killed each other? In the end, both of them died." Many people sucked in a cold breath. If they were gods, then those 2 corpses are too valuable. Those are god corpses. And those 2 treasures, aren't they divine artifacts? Many people became excited. Immediately, a dozen cultivators took the lead and rushed toward the corpses of the 2 gods. They wanted to snatch the corpses and the 2 divine artifacts. However, when they were a dozen meters away from the corpses, a terrifying killing intent spread out from the void. Pooh! The dozen cultivators did not even have the ability to resist. Their bodies were directly torn apart, and they died on the spot. Even if gods died, gods could not be blasphemed. Those who blasphemed against gods died. Chapter 1152. More than 10 cultivators had died. Many people gasped when they saw that. Many of them hadn't been able to control themselves. They had wanted to rush over and try to snatch the treasures. Fortunately, they hadn't done that. Otherwise, they would have turned into cold corpses, just like those people. Even though the god is dead, there's still divine power. You can't get close to it. Otherwise, you'll die, unless you have a way to resist the divine power. said a cultivator. Nobody could resist. Nobody wanted the god's corpse and the godly weapon, including Lin Feng. He also wanted the god's corpse and the godly weapon, but it was extremely difficult to obtain them. If we have a top-notch treasure, maybe we can try, said someone. They thought they could use a treasure to protect themselves and resist the divine power. As long as they could get close to the god's corpse, they would have a way to take the treasures. Lin Feng also thought that it was a good idea, but top-notch defensive treasures were too rare. Even though he had the 4 vicious cauldrons, Lin Feng didn't want to use them. That would only attract other people's attention. After all, he was only one person, so he had to be careful. I'll try. A cultivator walked out and took out a treasure. It was a 5-colored umbrella. 5 Elements umbrella. He's from the 5 Elements sect, said someone in surprise. It was a top-notch group that could shake the entire Tianwu continent. The 5 Elements sect was one of the top groups in the Tianwu continent. It was one of the top 10 groups in the Tianwu continent. It could be said that the 5 Elements sect was definitely a giant-level existence. Their disciples possessed many precious treasures. According to legends, the 5 Elements umbrella was a divine weapon, but obviously the 5 Elements umbrella in front of them hadn't reached that level. It was probably a replica, but even if it was just a replica, it was still shocking enough. Be careful, brother. Many disciples of the 5 Elements sect warned him. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I'll withdraw, said the disciple. That person wasn't simple either. His name was Hua Tianqi. Hua Tianqi was also a top disciple in the 5 Elements sect. He took out the 5 Elements umbrella, which floated above him. 5 Elements light fell down and protected Hua Tianqi. This 5 Elements umbrella is truly a powerful treasure. The power of the 5 Elements circulates endlessly, and the defensive power it creates is far superior to other treasures of the same level. Lin Feng stroked his chin. The power of the 5 Elements was the basic power of heaven and earth. Any kind of power in the world was evolved from the fusion of the 5 Elements. However, the ratio and order of the fusion of the 5 Elements might be different. The 5 Elements umbrella flowed with the power of the 5 Elements, giving off a feeling of the great Tao of heaven and earth being perfect and flawless. Under the protection of this treasure, Hua Tianqi walked step by step toward the god's corpse. Clang! The divine power struck the 5 Elements defensive light shield created by the 5 Elements umbrella, but it did not penetrate the 5 Elements umbrella's defense. What a powerful 5 Elements umbrella! It managed to block the attack. Many people were shocked. The power of the 5 Elements umbrella was inconceivable. A hint of joy appeared on Hua Tianqi's face. He walked very carefully, approaching step by step. However, the closer he got to the 2 god corpses, the greater the pressure he was under. When he was about 15 meters away from the 2 god corpses, the elemental umbrella's defense began to crack. How can this be? Hua Tianqi was unwilling. He was only a dozen meters away from the 2 god corpses. The god corpses and divine weapons were within his reach, but now he was about to miss them. It was very difficult for him to accept this. He clenched his teeth and did not choose to retreat. Instead, he wanted to take a gamble. Perhaps he would be able to gain an opportunity. Hua Tianqi continued to walk forward. After walking for about 3 meters, the defensive light shield formed by the 5 Elements umbrella shattered. Hua Tianqi was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. His body exploded in midair, and the 5 Elements umbrella flew out. Senior brother, you died so miserably. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect cried bitterly. they thought about how Hua Tianqi had taken care of them in every possible way in the past. Now that he had met such a miserable end, they couldn't help but cry. Many people were speechless. Hua Tianqi's death had a huge impact on them. Such a powerful person had been killed in an instant. The divine power was too terrifying. Hua Tianqi is a person who confuses riches and honor with overestimating one's capabilities. Frankly speaking, he died because he couldn't control his greed. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Cultivators often needed to be bold and take risks. In dangerous situations, not only could they obtain treasures, but they could also find a way to escape. Riches and honor came from taking risks. Obviously, taking the god corpses and divine weapons was overestimating one's capabilities. If he didn't have the 5 elements umbrella's defense, he would have died. Hua Tianqi knew that the 5 elements umbrella couldn't block the divine power, but he still insisted on taking the divine weapons because he was too greedy. Since ancient times, how many cultivators had died because they couldn't control their greed? There were countless cultivators like that. "Let me try," said Hua Tianqi. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people arrived. The leader of the group was wearing purple clothes and looked very handsome. "Zidonglai, heavens! They're disciples of the Geomasters," shouted many people in astonishment. To the countless factions of the Tianwu continent, the Geomaster branch was filled with many mysteries. They possessed many terrifying secret techniques and could control all kinds of energies in the world for their own use. Many groups were afraid of them. Now, the Geomasters had appeared. Perhaps they really had a way to take the god corpses and divine weapons. Many people greeted Zidonglai and the others enthusiastically. Being able to get to know a Geomaster was definitely a good thing. They might be able to use the Geomasters someday in the future. Lin Feng stood in the distance, frowning slightly as he looked at the Geomasters. He hadn't thought that he would run into them here. The Geomasters hadn't seen him yet, but if they did, they would definitely attack him. They wouldn't let a Geomaster's disciple off. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. So what if the Geomasters had more people? If they really started fighting, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of them at all. Surrounded by many people, the inheritors of the Geomaster bloodline arrived at the very front. Zidonglai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the god corpses and divine weapons. His eyes burned with passion. Whether it was the god corpses or the divine weapons, they were both extremely valuable. They could shock the world. Such treasures could make anyone go crazy. "Senior brother, the godly might hasn't dispersed yet. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take them," said a Geomaster. "No matter," said Zidonglai. He stepped forward, and 8 illusory worlds appeared around him. It was as if he had entered a world of his own. The godly might couldn't harm him. He quickly approached the god corpses and divine weapons. That's too powerful. He can completely ignore the godly might. Will Zidong take the god corpses and divine weapons? Many people cried out in alarm. Chapter 1153. 8 worlds. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He recognized Zidonglai's secret technique. It was a legacy of the Celestial Master Path. Lin Feng had only read about it, but he hadn't been able to learn how to practice it. That was because the Celestial Master Path's top secret technique, the 8 worlds, had been stolen by the Geomasters. Every time a descendant of the Celestial Master Path appeared, the Geomasters would send people to kill them. The Celestial Master Path's descendants had only one descendant, but the Geomasters had many descendants. Even though the Celestial Master Path's descendants could rely on their extraordinary abilities to win most of the battles and cause the Geomasters to suffer heavy losses, the Celestial Master Path's descendants still had many descendants. But in the end, Some of the Celestial Master Path's descendants were killed in battles with the Geomasters. Then, part of the legacy was lost. Perhaps that was why the Celestial Master Path's legacy was incomplete. That was how the 8 worlds had been lost. Lin Feng was now a descendant of the Celestial Master Path. When he thought about how the Geomasters had mercilessly killed his ancestors, he couldn't help but feel angry and murderous. Just because of jealousy, the Geomasters had attacked the Celestial Master Path's descendants over and over again. How despicable! What kind of technique is that? It's so mysterious. Yeah, it's too terrifying. It's unbelievable. The Geomasters are really powerful. They're like gods. Have you heard of the Celestial Master Path? Of course. It's said that the Celestial Master Path's branch is the most heaven-defying one. It can suppress the Geomasters in every aspect. That cultivator called Lin Feng is a descendant of the Celestial Master Path. If he fights against the Geomasters, it'll be a fierce battle. The Geomasters have killed many of the Celestial Master Path's descendants and stolen many of their legacies. The secret technique Zidong Lai used is called the 8 Worlds. It's said that it's a legacy of the Celestial Master Path. Quite a number of cultivators were discussing the matter in hushed tones. Clearly, some of them knew quite a bit about the Heavenly Master lineage and Earthly Master lineage. Thus, they spoke of the grudges between the Heavenly Master lineage and the Earthly Master lineage. Many people were amazed. They did not expect that the Celestial Master lineage and the Earth Master lineage would have such a grudge. They were even looking forward to seeing the clash between the successor of the Celestial Master lineage, Lin Feng. When the time came, it would definitely be brilliant. For these cultivators who were here to watch the show, the more intense and exciting the fight was, the more they liked to watch. The world in all directions rose and fell. When the divine might shrouded over, it was all devoured and dissolved by the 8 worlds. As one of the top inheritances of the Heavenly Master's lineage, the world of 8 directions had many miraculous aspects. For example, the world of 8 directions could devour all kinds of attacks and dissolve them. It was similar to mana immunity, but it was fundamentally different from mana immunity. Another example was that when the world of 8 directions was cultivated to a high level, the 8 illusory worlds would condense into the power of space-time laws. The 8 worlds around the body would float up and down, and with a single step, it would be like crossing 8 small worlds. This was a heaven-defying speed divine ability. This divine ability was different from the golden body wings and void travel. The golden wings allowed one to fly, while void travel allowed one to travel long distances in the void. The world of 8 directions allowed one to walk. Stepping on the ground, one could cross the distance of 8 small worlds with a single step. It was much more advanced than void travel. Of course, it was extremely difficult to cultivate to that level. If one's cultivation base reached the divine spirit realm, it might be possible. However, no matter what, the world of 8 directions was an extremely heaven-defying orthodoxy. This was the inheritance of the Celestial Master lineage. Now that it had been taken away by the Earthly Master lineage, Lin Feng was abnormally furious. He was planning to find an opportunity to kill Zidong Lai and take back the inheritance that belonged to the Celestial Master lineage. Under the protection of the world of 8 directions, Zidong Lai finally arrived in front of the god's corpse and divine artifact. Even with Zidong Lai's calm personality, he was now excited. He released his magic power, intending to collect the 2 gods' corpses and divine artifacts. However, at that moment, a destructive force escaped from the 2 gods' corpses. In that instant, everyone thought that the 2 gods' corpses were not dead. They were just in a deep sleep. Now, they were about to be resurrected. This was naturally a scene that caused everyone to be shocked and moved. It was simply unbelievable. Previously, the two gods' corpses had not shown any signs of abnormality. Even though they had exuded divine power, it was still the divine power of the god's corpse. That was also the divine might that the god's corpse possessed. Even if the god died, the divine might would not completely dissipate. However, the terrifying aura that was being emitted now was more like a god that had been blasphemed and was in a thunderous rage. Bang! That terrifying force blasted toward Zi Donglai, and the world of 8 directions began to collapse. Zi Donglai's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, Zi Donglai still suffered a calamity. The world of 8 directions was broken, and he was sent flying by the terrifying aura emitted by the two gods' corpses. Barf! In midair, Zi Donglai coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He crashed heavily to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Clearly, the attack just now had seriously injured him. "Senior brother!" A disciple of the Earthmaster branch hurriedly ran over and helped Zi Donglai up. He poured out a healing pill and fed it to him. Only then did Zi Donglai's expression improve slightly. Zi Donglai failed. Many people were horrified. They had originally thought that Zi Donglai would succeed. However, when they thought of the aura emitted by the two gods' corpses, they realized that Zi Donglai's failure was quite normal. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, Zi Donglai had survived. This was enough to show how terrifying he was. Although a god is dead, his corpse is still not something we can covet. Some cultivators sighed. They had already given up on collecting the god's corpse and the 2 divine artifacts. Even Zi Donglai, the successor of the Earthmaster branch, had failed. How could anyone else? These 2 gods' corpses are a bit strange. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He carefully observed the 2 gods' corpses. Although they no longer had any aura of life, they still had 2 gods' corpses. However, when Lin Feng looked at the 2 gods' corpses, he felt that there was something wrong with them. As for what exactly was wrong, Lin Feng couldn't put his finger on it. His heart was shrouded in a shadow. We can't see the gods' corpses, and there seems to be a person lying inside the crystal coffin. Could it be Heavenly God, Star, All Heaven? We can't even touch the 2 gods' corpses, let alone Heavenly God Star, All Heaven in the crystal coffin. Some cultivators shook their heads. They felt that there was no hope. Even if there was a fortuitous opportunity here, they wouldn't be able to obtain it. However, at that moment, someone suddenly cried out in shock. "Why is the crystal coffin empty? Where's the corpse lying inside?" Everyone looked over. Sure enough, he found that the crystal coffin was empty, and the corpse lying inside had disappeared. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their scalps went numb. The situation in front of them was too strange. Chapter 1154. How could there be no one in the crystal coffin? When they had first entered, they had clearly seen a corpse lying in the crystal coffin. But now, the corpse had disappeared without a trace. Everyone knew that something strange had happened in the cave. "Hurry up and run!" Many cultivators shouted in horror as they rushed outside. However, very soon, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It was incomparably mournful. Everyone in the belly of the mountain felt a chill run down their spines after hearing it. "What happened? Could it be that they've been robbed?" said someone in a trembling voice. His face was full of fear, because everything that had happened was too strange. "Let's go out and take a look," said a cultivator. He didn't want to sit around and wait for death. "No, I definitely won't go out. It's too scary. If I go out, I'll definitely die," shouted a cultivator. He was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to go out. He would rather stay in the cave. There were many cultivators like that. Some of the bolder ones joined forces, and entered the cave to investigate the situation. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. The corpses had died in a strange way. Their lower bodies had disappeared, leaving only their upper bodies. It was too strange. Lin Feng had seen this situation before when he had first entered the cave. How can this be? Could it be that the death of the cultivator from before is related to the disappearance of the corpse, just like the deaths of these people? Muttered Lin Feng to himself. His expression was grave, because he felt that the situation was very bad. If it was really as he guessed, didn't that mean that when everyone had just entered the Heavenly Star Cave, the corpse wasn't actually lying in the crystal coffin but was moving around outside? Moreover, it had eaten the lower body of a cultivator. Later, when more and more cultivators had entered, the corpse had been lying in the crystal coffin. Then, it had disappeared without a trace. If that was the case, was it still a corpse? Could it have turned into a Yin spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath when he thought about the Yin god. If there really was a Yin god in this place, then all of them would be dead. Brother, did you discover something? Someone noticed Lin Feng's abnormality and said with a trembling voice. Clearly, everyone was on the verge of collapse. Who could face life and death without fear? In this world, no one could do that. These cultivators couldn't do it, and neither could Lin Feng. When I first entered the Heavenly Star Cave, I saw a corpse whose lower body had been bitten off. Now I see it again. I suspect that it has something to do with the corpse that disappeared. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, many people's expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in from outside the cave. Vaguely, everyone heard a clattering sound. It sounded like footsteps. It was as if something was slowly approaching. Something's coming. Hurry up and retreat. Retreat to the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He didn't dare to stay and quickly retreated. The rest of the people were so scared that their faces turned pale. No one dared to stay in the passage any longer. The group quickly retreated back into the mountain. What's going on? Asked someone. His face was deathly pale, because he could see that Lin Feng and the others were astonished. Something terrifying must have happened. Otherwise, why would all the cultivators who had entered the passage to check out the situation look so terrified? There's something dirty, a cultivator said in a trembling voice. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek was heard. Everyone looked over and saw something terrifying. In the belly of the mountain, the lower half of a cultivator's body had disappeared. This cultivator was the one who had entered the passage to check out the situation. Did any of you see what happened? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. He felt that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. We didn't see anything. Many people shouted in fear. Their faces were pale. The unknown was the most terrifying thing, just like everything that was happening now. Ah! Another miserable shriek was heard. A second cultivator had met with a calamity. The lower half of his body had disappeared, and he died a miserable death. He's also one of the cultivators who entered the passage to check out the situation. Someone said, "How could this be? I don't want to die." The cultivators who had gone out to check out the situation were all pale. Ah! Another miserable shriek was heard. It was from the same cultivator who had just gone out to check out the situation. The lower half of his body had disappeared without a trace. The upper half of his body fell to the ground. Blood flowed out. He had died a miserable death. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Nothing had happened. He was just standing there, but the lower half of his body had suddenly disappeared. He had died a miserable death. Everything was too strange. Stay away from them. Many people shouted in fear and quickly retreated. Lin Feng and the others were separated. No one dared to get close to them for fear of being attacked. Since we're going to die, we might as well fight it out. Maybe we can escape. A cultivator gritted his teeth. Whoosh, whoosh, 5 or 6 cultivators rushed into the passage together, trying to escape. However, very soon, a few shrill screams were heard from the tunnel. Those cultivators had obviously met with calamity and died in the end. Including Lin Feng, there were 8 people left. I didn't expect that we would die like this. We died without knowing why. A cultivator sighed. In the next moment, the lower half of his body had disappeared without a trace. That cultivator also died on the spot. Miserable shrieks came one after another. The surrounding cultivators fell down one after another. Seeing all these people die, tragically, Lin Feng's face was pale. He hurriedly took out the Bodhi seed and the Saraira, the 2 treasures of Buddhism, and held them in his hands. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a cold and terrifying aura surging towards him, wanting to devour him. That gloomy and cold strength made Lin Feng unable to move. He even had the impression that he was losing consciousness. He had a horrified expression on his face. It was very likely that the terrifying existence was close to him. That brat is going to die too. Many people said in trembling voices. No one thought that Lin Feng could survive. However, just as that cold energy was about to completely engulf Lin Feng, the Bodhi seed and the Saraira in Lin Feng's hands suddenly changed. The 2 treasures emitted a dense Buddhist light. The 2 Buddhist lights intertwined and enveloped Lin Feng. Chi, chi, chi. Something seemed to touch the light barrier around Lin Feng, and there was a burning sound. Screech. Immediately after, a shrill scream was heard. Come out. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He held the Saraira in his right hand, and the Buddhist light enveloped his fist. He punched forward. In the next moment, a terrifying existence in white clothes appeared. Kik. He laughed sinisterly. A Een God. It's an Een God. Seeing that existence, everyone trembled in fear, and their faces turned pale. A Een God had really been born here. Moreover, this Een God was very likely formed from the evil intent of Heavenly Star All-Heaven after his death. Heavenly Star All-Heaven was so terrifyingly powerful. The Een God formed from his evil intent probably had the power to kill a true God. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel endless despair. Chapter 11:55. Back in the days, on the battlefield of gods and demons, Lin Feng had seen Een Shun. A Een God was an evil spirit formed from the evil intent of an expert who had died. However, the Een gods that had appeared in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons paled in comparison to the Een God in front of him. There were strong and weak cultivators. The same principle applied. There were also strong and weak Een gods. The Een God in front of him was definitely an extremely powerful one. Lin Feng guessed that this Een God should be the Een God formed after the death of the Heavenly Star God. Lin Feng's guess was not without reason. The Heavenly Star God was originally the heavenly official of the undying world's heavenly court. He had intercepted a portion of the sacred origin fluid, which had enraged the heavenly court's higher-ups, and they wanted to behead him. Although he had managed to escape with the help of Great Marshal Tian, his family had been implicated, and all of them had been executed. Great Marshal Tian, who had saved him, had also been deposed. It was said that he was later framed by someone and ended up with his body, and Tao dissipated. The Heavenly Star God had been hiding from place to place, narrowly escaping the heavenly court's pursuit time and time again. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had been living an ignoble life. The Heavenly Star God had suffered too great a blow. His family had died tragically, and the old great marshal had been implicated. He could only hide and live an ignoble life. The heavenly star god must have accumulated boundless hatred in his heart. After the heavenly star god's death, this hatred had transformed into evil intent. The more hatred there was, the more evil intent there was. The Een gods formed were also more powerful. Therefore, the Een god in front of them was almost invincible. At the very least, it was not something that Lin Feng and the others could deal with. It was too terrifying. The entire mountainside was dead silent. Everyone looked at the Een god in horror. Lin Feng held the Buddhist Sarira and Bodhi seed and retreated continuously, although these two Buddhist treasures could injure the Een god. Lin Feng knew that the Een god in front of him was too powerful. If the Een god was willing to pay a certain price, it could definitely kill him. Therefore, Lin Feng had no choice but to be cautious. Een Shun looked coldly at Lin Feng before turning to look at the surrounding cultivators. Everyone retreated, afraid that the Een deity would attack them. Een Shun had no intention of letting anyone go. He stretched out his pale right hand. Following that, the ghostly aura spread out and covered the sky, covering the entire mountain. He wants to catch them all in one fell swoop. Many people were horrified. Boom! Suddenly, someone took out a supreme treasure. Hum! A loud dragon roar could be heard as a true dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards the Een god. It was a young girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had a mischievous look and was holding a treasure in her hand. It was a scroll. The real dragon flew out from the scroll. This is the Thousand Shapes painting. After seeing the scroll, some cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Thousand Shapes painting. It was an existence that was second only to monarch weapons. It was rumored that this was a supreme treasure forged by a giant god-level powerhouse. It was very famous in the Tianwu continent. It was a supreme treasure passed down from the Thousand Shapes sect. The young girl was able to bring out a supreme treasure like the Thousand Shapes painting at such a young age. It was obvious that her identity was extraordinary. She must have been given the Thousand Shapes painting by the higher-ups of the sect to protect herself. I heard that the sect leader of the Thousand Shapes sect has a daughter who is only 16 or 17 years old. Could that be the girl in front of us? Someone said. Een Shun did not dare to be careless as the true dragon pounced towards him. Boundless ghostly aura swept across the sky and condensed into a ghostly claw that collided with the true dragon. After the collision, Een Shun was forced to retreat. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the Thousand Shapes painting, the power of this treasure was too terrifying. Even Een Shun was forced to retreat. The true dragon did not continue to attack Een Shun. Activating a treasure like the Thousand Shapes painting was not an easy task, as it consumed a lot of energy. It was obvious that the young girl could not activate this supreme treasure for a long time. The true dragon flew back and returned to the Thousand Shapes painting. Kiki. Een Shun cackled. His voice was sinister and shrill. He looked coldly at the young girl with a hint of fear. Originally, Een Shun wanted to attack the cultivators in the mountain, but now he was afraid of the Thousand Shapes painting in the young girl's hands. Hence, he did not attack her. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was safe for the time being. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the center of the mountain cracked open. Then, a dhow platform slowly rose up. This shocked everyone. What was going on? Unexpectedly, a dhow platform rose up from the cracked belly of the mountain. That's... Soon, someone exclaimed. There was a ball of golden energy floating above the dhow platform. A drop of divine liquid was sealed in this ball of golden energy. Everyone was shocked when they saw this drop of divine liquid. Could this be the legendary sacred source liquid? Back then, Heavenly Star Luo had suffered such a tragic fate because of the sacred source liquid. If this was the sacred source liquid, then its value was too great. Even Yin Shun's gaze was fixed on the sacred source liquid. He also wanted the sacred source liquid. However, the sacred source liquid was still enveloped by a powerful seal. This seal was extremely terrifying and caused the surrounding space to distort. Even Yin Shun did not dare to forcefully break the seal. At that moment, something that shocked everyone happened. The two god corpses opened their eyes. Everyone felt a sinister and terrifying aura. How could existences that had been dead for so many years still be able to open their eyes? This was too inconceivable. The two god corpses revived. They did not continue fighting. One god corpse wielded a spear, while the other wielded a treasure sword. They and Yin Shun were now in a tripartite confrontation. Clearly, the two god corpses also had their eyes on the sacred source liquid. Everyone wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, this place had been sealed, and there was no way to leave. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in a shadow because Yin Shun and the god corpses had no intention of letting them leave. Did this mean that these three terrifying existences wanted to use them for something? As for what that something was, no one knew. Lin Feng frowned slightly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two god corpses and Yin Shun. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the Dao platform. Although the seal on the Dao platform was constantly weakening, the rate of weakening was very slow. Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. Could Yin Shun and the two god corpses be planning to kill everyone and use their lives as a sacrifice to destroy the seal around the sacred source liquid? If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Chapter 1156. Lin Feng didn't know whether Yin Shun and the two gods' corpses had the same goal or not, but he was extremely cautious. If he wasn't careful, he would die. Lin Feng cautiously walked over to the girl, holding the 10,000 Shapes painting. "Damn, why are you squeezing?" Many people shouted in dissatisfaction. "She's my little sister." Lin Feng shouted. "So it's a young master from the Thousand Shapes sect. Nice to meet you." Many people's expressions changed, and they made way for Lin Feng. Lin Feng came to the girl's side and said, "Little sister, I've been looking for you. It's great to see that you're fine." "Humph." The girl snorted and stared at Lin Feng with her big eyes. She didn't expose Lin Feng, but her eyes seemed to ask, "Who are you? Why are you approaching me?" Lin Feng approached the girl because she had the Thousand Shapes painting. It was safer to be near her. "Get ready to break out," Lin Feng whispered. The girl nodded. She was too young, and it would be difficult for her to break out with the Thousand Shapes painting. She needed some help. However, now wasn't the time to break out. They needed to wait. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out from Yin Shun and the two corpses. Yin Shun and the two corpses forced their way over. When Lin Feng saw that, his expression changed. He had thought that Yin Shun and the two gods' corpses would attack them. Now, it seemed like his guess was about to be verified. "Be careful!" Many people cried out in fear. Yin Shun and the two corpses had attacked. They were too powerful. Once they attacked, no one would be able to stop the Yin spirit and the two god corpses. Pooh! The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Many people were killed on the spot. After these people died, their blood flowed out, forming a small stream that flowed towards the Dao platform. It was a strange scene. It was as if the Dao platform was actively absorbing the blood. The Dao platform itself gave off an evil feeling. Buzz. The girl took out the Thousand Shapes painting and it floated above, shining with divine light. This treasure was too extraordinary. Even Yin Shen and the two corpses avoided it, unwilling to come into contact with it. At the very least, they didn't want to come into direct contact with the Thousand Shapes painting. Whether or not they would attack the girl with the Thousand Shapes painting was unknown. Get out of the way. Let me enter the barrier. Many people shouted angrily, trying to enter the barrier formed by the Thousand Shapes painting. However, the defensive light shield of the Thousand Shapes painting only covered a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Most people were outside the defensive light shield. The Shapes paintings and the corpses were mercilessly slaughtered. Their blood quickly dried up, and their bodies turned into dried corpses. All of their blood was absorbed by the Tao platform. The Tao platform's painting, the Thousand Shapes' Teat, the Thousand Shapes' Est, the Yin spirit, and the God's corpse were both extremely excited. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the barrier teat. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. Yin Shen and the two corpses charged at the golden energy that enveloped the sacred source liquid. The three of them didn't want to give way to each other. "Let's go," shouted Lin Feng. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave once the battle was over. Everyone rushed outside, but at that moment, the shock waves of the battle spread out. It was like a wave of death. Any cultivator who was hit by the shock waves exploded, dying on the spot. They couldn't withstand the shock waves of the battle at all. What was even more frightening was that the cave was still sealed by the Yin deity's ghost chi. No one could get out unless they could break the Yin deity's ghost chi. Otherwise, they would still be trapped here and only death would await them. We don't have a choice. Don't be stingy with your lifespan. Burn it and activate the Thousand Shapes painting to break the seal, shouted Lin Feng. Only a small portion of the cultivators protected by the Thousand Shapes painting had survived. There were about 100 people left. Everyone knew that it was a matter of life and death, so they didn't hesitate to burn their lifespan. Powerful energy surged into the Thousand Shapes painting, which released a powerful divine aura that swept through the air. Buffed. The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The ghost chi seal created by the Yin Shen was instantly torn apart by the Thousand Shapes painting. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they quickly rushed outside. The Yin Shen roared angrily. He was very unwilling to let so many cultivators escape. However, he had to fight for the sacred source liquid and couldn't be distracted. The three of them were locked in a fierce battle. The sacred source liquid should be extremely important to them. All three of them wanted the sacred source liquid, but it wouldn't be easy unless they could defeat each other. Take out the heaven-devouring jar and collect the sacred source liquid, said the demon lord just as Lin Feng was about to enter the passage, and leave. Are you crazy? Angering the Yin Shen, and the two corpses will result in a tragic death, replied Lin Feng. He didn't want to court death. Don't worry, I'll take you away, said the demon lord. Okay, since the demon lord had given his word, Lin Feng relaxed and took out the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar suddenly sucked. The golden energy that enveloped the sacred source liquid quickly flew toward the jar. You're courting death, the Yin Shen and the corpses roared angrily. Lin Feng thought that the three of them didn't know how to speak, but it turned out that they just didn't want to speak. They wanted to keep the sacred source liquid. At that moment, the demon lord made his move. A purgatory world appeared in front of the Yin Shen and the two corpses. This divine ability was called one-step purgatory. It was one of the demon lord's most powerful divine abilities. One step into the purgatory, and there was a 90% chance of survival. The Yin Shen and the two corpses were blocked. The sacred source liquid was instantly devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. After collecting the heaven-devouring jar, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed outside. The Yin Shun and the two corpses roared angrily. Someone actually dared to mess with them and steal the treasure they had coveted for a long time. The Yin Shun and the two corpses were furious. They broke the demon lord's divine ability and quickly chased after him. Boom! A terrifying attack came from behind, enveloping Lin Feng and trying to drown him. The demon lord made his move. A divine light enveloped Lin Feng and blocked the attacks of the Yin Shun and the two corpses. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng was sent flying by the combined attacks of the Yin Shun and the two corpses. Crack, crack! Countless bones in his body were broken. Lin Feng spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Not good. I misjudged their strength. The Yin Shun and the two corpses are much stronger than I thought. The demon lord's expression changed. At that moment, the Yin Shun and the two corpses pounced on him. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out, saying that he misjudged the strength of the Yin Shun and the two corpses. Wasn't that just cheating? Lin Feng wanted nothing more than to slap the demon lord to death. Chapter 1157. Despicable human brat. How dare you steal our sacred source liquid? You deserve to die. Yin Shun and the two god corpses' voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. They were infuriated by the fact that an ant dared to challenge their dignity. They were even thinking about how to torture Lin Feng to appease their anger. Buzz! At that moment, the demon lord's figure appeared and stood between Lin Feng, Yin Shun, and the two god corpses. No wonder this brat dared to steal from us. It turns out that he has a spirit backing him up. Today, I'll kill you and eat your origin. Yin Shun laughed sinisterly. Attack! The two god corpses said at the same time. Boom! The three great existences attacked the demon lord. The demon lord immediately started fighting with the three great existences. The demon lord had indeed recovered well over the years. Lin Feng was surprised that he wasn't defeated even though he was fighting one against three. However, not losing was only temporary. Yin Shun and the two god corpses were too tyrannical. The more they fought, the braver they became. They even joined forces to attack the demon lord. After all, the demon lord was only one person. Being surrounded, he had expended a lot of energy, and his strength was quickly declining. Although Yin Shun and the two god corpses were also weakening, they didn't use their full strength because they were attacking the demon lord. Their strength was declining much slower than the demon lord's. Therefore, the demon lord was gradually showing signs of fatigue. Enter the four ferocious cauldron. The demon lord said solemnly. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took out the four ferocious cauldron and entered it. After entering the cauldron, he activated his immortal divine body and recovered from his injuries. The demon lord also entered the four ferocious cauldron after blocking Yin Shun and the two god corpses' attacks. Then, the cauldron's lid closed, completely sealing the cauldron. Yin Shun and the two god corpses couldn't enter the cauldron. After the demon lord entered the cauldron, he hurriedly activated the cauldron. With the demon lord's strength, there was no problem in activating this treasure. Roar! Their roars shook the heavens. The four ferocious beasts branded on the cauldron, Hundun, Tao Wu, Cheong Qi, and Tao Tai, were instantly revived. The shadows of the four ferocious beasts appeared and hovered in midair, roaring at Yin Shun and the two god corpses. The four ferocious cauldrons soared into the sky in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. Humph! Yin Shun and the two god corpses snorted coldly. Een Shun took out a pitch-black evil blade. Holding the evil blade with both hands, he slashed at Lin Fan. One of the two god corpses wielded a battle spear, while the other wielded a treasured sword. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive clanging sounds rang out. The sound shook the heavens. The cauldron was smashed back by the Een god and the two god corpses. They have supreme treasures in their hands. It'll be difficult for them to break through. The demon lord's expression darkened slightly. Then what should we do? Are we going to be trapped to death? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Take out your divine source and burn it to activate the cauldron. Awaken the spirit of the cauldron. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded and took out a portion of his divine source. These god essences were instantly ignited. It turned into pure energy and fused with the cauldron. Immediately after, an ancient aura spread out from the cauldron. Who is calling out to the great god of the cauldron? A deep voice resounded within the cauldron. This should be the spirit of the cauldron. However, the spirit didn't reveal its true body, perhaps because it didn't burn enough divine source. Therefore, that was why it couldn't reveal itself. However, the spirit still managed to awaken a portion of its power. The demon lord shouted, "The master of the cauldron is in trouble. He needs to borrow your power." Some top-grade divine weapons had spirits that were stronger than many gods. However, these spirits spent most of their time in slumber, so it was difficult to borrow their power. The demon lord was talking to the spirit of the cauldron because he wanted to borrow its power. The divine source I sacrificed is far from enough. I can only borrow a portion of your divine power. The spirit of the cauldron spoke. There was a price to pay if one wanted to borrow the power of an extremely powerful being. The demon lord was like that. The spirit of the cauldron was the same. Fortunately, the divine source was exchanged for a portion of the cauldron spirit's divine power. With this portion of divine power, the cauldron's power increased greatly. The cauldron flew into the air. Once again, it charged outside. "Stop it!" The Een god and the two god corpses roared and swung their weapons at the cauldron. However, this time, with the spirit's divine power, the cauldron's power increased greatly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds of violent collisions were heard. The Een god and the two god corpses were sent flying by the cauldron. The cauldron turned into a streak of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the end, the cauldron charged out of the heavenly star grotto. The Een god and the two god corpses chased after it, but they couldn't get out of the grotto. They stood at the entrance and roared furiously. Lin Feng returned to the island where he'd been in seclusion. He was quite lucky to be able to escape this time. Lin Feng split the sacred source liquid in half with the demon lord. He asked, "What's the use of the sacred source liquid?" The demon lord replied, "The sacred source liquid is extremely useful for bloodlines. First, it can awaken bloodlines that can't be awakened. Second, if a powerful bloodline completely disappears for some reason, just like your undying divine blood, then your undying divine body will be crippled and you won't be able to awaken your undying divine blood. However, if you consume the sacred source liquid, it can revive your crippled constitution and awaken your special bloodline. Third, the sacred source liquid can greatly increase the purity and power of your bloodline." Lin Feng was shocked. No wonder the heavenly star god had taken such a huge risk to keep the sacred source liquid. The Een god and the two god corpses were also eyeing the sacred source liquid. The effects of the sacred source liquid were simply too heaven-defying. If he consumed the sacred source liquid, his undying divine blood would continue to awaken. His undying divine blood was already 30% awakened, so how much would he be able to awaken after consuming the sacred source liquid? Lin Feng guessed that it would increase his undying divine blood's purity by 20%, possibly even reaching 50%. Moreover, his undying divine blood would become even purer after consuming the sacred source liquid. In fact, the impurities in his bloodline would be purified. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful it would be. Of course, what truly shocked Lin Feng was the sacred source liquid's other ability, which was to awaken his dormant bloodline. He had an even more powerful bloodline, the sovereign bloodline. Could he refine the sacred source liquid, awaken the sovereign bloodline? At this thought, Lin Feng felt his heart thump violently. If he could condense the sovereign bloodline in his body, the sovereign bloodline could be awakened. This was a heaven-defying constitution that surpassed the 10 great taboo constitutions of the primordial era. Chapter 1158. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the sovereign physique was, but Lin Feng knew that the ancestor of his mother's clan had broken through the undying realm and almost killed the Emperor Realm Demon Lord with a slap. This was enough to show how terrifying the sovereign physique was. The Demon Lord had said that Lin Feng would have to break through to the God realm to have a chance of awakening the sovereign bloodline under normal circumstances. Whether or not he could awaken, it was still unknown, and the God realm was too far away. But now, Lin Feng had a chance to awaken the sovereign bloodline, and that was the sacred origin liquid. Lin Feng was extremely excited. He really wanted to know what kind of physique the sovereign physique was, that it could make the ancestor of the sovereign clan so powerful. The Demon Lord went to refine the portion of sacred origin liquid he had obtained, and Lin Feng was adjusting his condition. He wanted to refine the sacred origin liquid in his best condition to awaken the sovereign bloodline. The sacred origin liquid was devoured by Lin Feng. Waves of powerful energy spread from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the urge to roar at the sky. The boundless energy in his body converged into a vast river, surging through his limbs, bones, and meridians, surging and flowing. Lin Feng circulated the archaic, dragonesque elephant art, absorbing the energy from the sacred origin liquid. The energy gradually merged with Lin Feng's blood under the circulation of the archaic, dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng didn't let the undying god blood absorb the energy. Lin Feng needed the sacred origin liquid to stimulate his bloodline and awaken the dormant sovereign bloodline. Time slowly passed. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his body was getting hotter and hotter. He even felt as if his blood was about to burn. Boom! The 5 devouring martial spirits in his dantian began to revolve. He had inherited the devouring martial spirits from his mother. Now, the 5 devouring martial spirits had merged into one. Lin Feng's magic power and blood all gathered in his dantian. This was the core area of a cultivator, as well as the driving force of a cultivator. Endless years, the blood of the sovereign emperor, the heavenly Tao cannot extinguish it, eternal and everlasting. Suddenly, Lin Feng could faintly hear a melodious voice. It seemed to have traversed through endless time and space, from the beginning of the world to this time and space. Lin Feng felt as if his spiritual will had entered an ancient world. This world was hazy, and the world was still turbid. The sky was not high. The ground was not thick. All living beings had yet to be born. Only some pre-world saint spirits existed in the world before the creation of the world. Big guy, pick up the axes in your hands and split open this world. Don't you feel that the sky is very low, the earth is very thin, and this world is very dry? Let the sky be taller and the earth thicker. Only then will life be more interesting. A hazy silhouette said to a behemoth, lying on the ground. My name is Pan, not big guy. Pan was furious. He raised the axe beside him and hacked at the hazy figure. Pan-gu created the world. In fact, Pan-gu's name was Pan. Ancient, it meant great. Pan-gu's name came about because his descendants worshipped him and gave him this name. It represented their respect for Pan. Nyua, I feel that this world is too boring. The sky is very high, and the earth is very thick, but the living beings in this world are very boring. The hazy silhouette appeared in a beautiful ancient forest and spoke to a woman with a human head and a snake body. Nyua was also a pre-world saint spirit. She was born before the world was created. You made Pan split open the world, but it wasn't stable. It caused the world to collapse. I had no choice but to use 5 colored stones to mend the sky and primal chaos stones to fill the earth. So, you better behave and don't cause any more trouble for us. Nyua said angrily. After the world was created, flowers, trees, and so on grew. It was full of life. It was a great fortune. The hazy figure said. Nyua remained silent. She also liked the current world very much. Before, the world was hazy and white, as if it had become eternal. The pre-world saint spirits spent most of their time sleeping, day after day, year after year. Just like the old pre-world saint spirits, they grew old until they died. But after Pan created the world, the sky was high and the earth was thick. Flowers, trees, rivers, and mountains grew. Such a world was very beautiful. Many pre-world saint spirits no longer slept. Instead, they roamed the world. Nyua, you have the ability to create living beings. I think you can create some living beings. The hazy silhouette said. Nyua's eyes lit up. She was tempted. If there were only innate saint spirits in this world, it would be too lonely. If she could create some living beings, it would add a lot of color to this lonely world. No one knew how much time had passed. Era after era. Humans went from eating raw meat and drinking blood to building a complete cultivation system. Of course, this world didn't only have humans. There were also demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and so on. There were all kinds of living beings. No one knew when the undying world appeared. This undying world was mysterious and powerful. Countless living beings yearned to enter the undying world, but they had no way to do so. Life is as lonely as snow. A handsome young man was walking in the starry sky. He secretly snuck out of his family. After his initial curiosity, he felt that it was very boring. You've disturbed my slumber. The overlord of the starry sky world, the archaic dragon-esque elephant, roared. Slap! The young man slapped the archaic dragon-esque elephant away. How can you say that? How rude. The young man glanced at the archaic dragon-esque elephant. The primordial dragon-esque elephant was depressed. It was the overlord that ruled over dozens of star fields, but it was sent flying with a slap. This made the primordial dragon-esque elephant extremely depressed. The archaic dragon-esque elephant pounced on the young man. You're too weak. Don't bother me. The young man slapped the archaic dragon-esque elephant again. The archaic dragon-esque elephant suffered the same fate as the first time. The young man slapped him away again. The archaic dragon-esque elephant wanted to cry. It knew it had met its match. It couldn't imagine how strong this person was. Life is as lonely as snow. The young man sighed again and turned to leave. The archaic dragon-esque elephant shouted, Sir, if you're bored, you can go to the legendary undying world. Rumor has it that there are many experts there. The undying world. The young man's eyes lit up. Under the archaic dragon-esque elephant's lead, the young man came to the undying world. However, the undying world was surrounded by the world crystal wall. No one could enter. The undying world is too mysterious. It's difficult for us outsiders to enter, the archaic dragonesque elephant said. Easy. The young man raised his right fist and punched a hole in the undying world. Chapter 1159. The peerless demon lord, who was patrolling the undying realm, noticed that the undying realm had been destroyed. He hurried over and roared, "Who are you? How dare you destroy the undying realm's world crystal wall? What's the big deal about the undying realm? In this universe, the 3 realms and 6 paths are the most respected. The undying realm is nothing," the young cultivator said nonchalantly. "The 3 realms and 6 paths are legends. Don't talk nonsense here," the peerless demon lord sneered. The young man raised his eyelids and said, "To you it's a legend, but to me it's my backyard. What shameless boasting. Today I will suppress you." The peerless demon lord sneered. As one of the 72 great emperors of the undying realm, he had lived for countless years. His cultivation could be described as exceedingly high. He was only dealing with a young man. The peerless demon lord was confident that he could do it. Slap. The young man attacked. His move was very simple. He slapped out again and sent the peerless demon lord flying thousands of meters away. Bang! The peerless demon lord crashed into a mountain and collapsed it. The immemorial dragonesque elephant walked in through the hole. When he saw this scene, he was almost scared to death. That was an unparalleled great emperor. He was actually sent flying just like that. How strong was that guy? Some of the cultivators who came with the peerless demon lord were already scared out of their wits. When had they ever seen such a ferocious existence? Now that they saw it, they were scared out of their wits. They all trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Ah! The peerless demon lord roared and rushed out of the ruins with his emperor weapon. "I will kill you." The peerless demon lord roared and activated his emperor weapon. The emperor weapon's power was simply world-destroying. The peerless demon lord combined with his emperor weapon could unleash the strongest power of the emperor weapon. Slap! The young man slapped the peerless demon lord again and sent him flying with his emperor weapon. There was a thump. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The peerless demon lord fell to the ground. At this moment, the peerless demon lord's heart. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? He was so young. How did he manage to cultivate such a powerful divine ability? He was a great emperor. With an emperor weapon, he couldn't even take one move. What was his cultivation? The peerless demon lord did not even have the courage to attack. The high and mighty great emperor who looked down on the myriad worlds. But now he felt how insignificant he was. It was as if he was an ant facing a giant dragon. The peerless Fey Lord had never felt so powerless before. He thought he was dead. However, to the peerless demon lord's surprise, the young man did not seem to have any intention of killing him. It seemed to disdain him. This made the peerless demon lord feel bitter. The arch was high and mighty, but in front of that young man, great emperors weren't even qualified to be killed by him. This was a huge blow to the peerless demon lord. The young man asked, "What treasures are there in the undying world?" "Peach trees, sky-reaching trees, ginseng fruits." The peerless demon lord didn't dare hide anything. The young man walked away. The immemorial dragonesque elephant followed, and they soon disappeared. Next, the undying world, which had been peaceful for a long time, was shaken. Western Mother's territory. "I want these peach trees." The young man said, "Impudent, take him down." The Queen Mother was furious. Whoosh! The young man blew out a breath of air, blowing everyone into the sky. Old witch, if you dare to stop me again, I'll flip your palace over. The queen mother was so angry that her face turned ashen, but she estimated her own strength. She wasn't confident she could defeat the young man. She hurried to the heavenly court to ask the celestial emperor for help. The young man ransacked the peach garden and uprooted the peach trees. When he left, he was surrounded by the celestial emperor and many other experts. You little kittens and puppies dare to stop me? The young man sent everyone flying with a single palm strike. That's impossible. The celestial emperor and the others couldn't believe it. They were the strongest in the undying world. How could they be sent flying with a single slap? But all of this was real. What treasures are there? Hand them over, and I'll spare your life. The young man looked at the celestial emperor. The Fusang tree. The celestial emperor gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to resist, unless he didn't want to live. In the end, the celestial emperor handed over the Fusang tree. This was the resting place of the golden crow, and it was a water-type divine tree. After the creation of the world, it was the first divine tree to be born. The young man ransacked the undying world and left with the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. The undying world was penetrated, and powerful cultivators entered it one after another. Some of them even broke through to the great emperor realm. The undying realm was no longer an unreachable and inaccessible realm. Of course, it was not an easy task to enter the undying realm. The starfields around the undying world were extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Moreover, the entrance of the undying world was heavily guarded, and there were many strong cultivators. Even if one could pass through the starfields and reach the entrance of the undying world, many people were also killed by the strong cultivators of the undying world. Only a small number of abnormally powerful cultivators entered the undying world. Time passed. This heaven-defying race finally met with a calamity. Between heaven and earth, such a race was definitely not allowed to exist. Endless black fog surged over. It surrounded the land of this race. In fact, this race had always been very few in number. From before the creation of the world to the ancient times, such a long time had passed. Only a dozen people had appeared in total. When this calamity descended, several members of this clan were engaged in a great battle with an unknown existence. Your race is out of control, so you should be wiped out. A cold voice came from the endless black fog. This battle caused heaven and earth to collapse, and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, a rain of blood fell from the sky, and from then on, the sovereign race disappeared from the world. All the scenes came to an abrupt end. Lin Feng's mood couldn't calm down for a long time. This race, too powerful. However, this race was destroyed in the end. What was it that destroyed this race? Something unbelievable must have happened in the past, but these were destined to become secrets, buried by time. Lin Feng was silent. His heart ached, and he was angry. But more than that, he felt powerless. It turned out that even the powerful ancestors of the sovereign race couldn't control fate. Fate. But soon, Lin Feng's heart surged with endless fighting spirit. If he didn't even have the fighting spirit, his life would be over, and it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Even though he knew that in front of him was a bottomless abyss and a towering mountain, Lin Feng also rushed forward without hesitation. It was a bottomless abyss. He crossed the abyss. It was a towering mountain. He crossed the mountain. This was Lin Feng's character. He would never give up, and he would never retreat. Life will not rest, pass on not broken, will go against time, and return. Faintly, Lin Feng heard that ethereal voice again. As the voice fell within his dantian, A drop of golden blood condensed and formed. Rumble. When the drop of golden blood formed in Lin Feng's body, lightning suddenly filled the sky above the island. A bolt of lightning as thick as a mountain fell from the sky, striking directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body had formed the sovereign's blood. The heavenly Tao had formed a lightning tribulation to destroy Lin Feng. Even the heavenly Tao wouldn't allow such a heaven-defying character to be born. Chapter 1160. Bang! The real lightning tribulation had yet to descend, but the entire island had already been shattered by the terrifying pressure. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the lightning tribulation's power would be. Lin Feng went against the heavens, stepped on the void, and threw a punch at the mountain-like lightning tribulation. His fist was surrounded by the power of disaster. This was the art of great disaster. I am the embodiment of disaster. The lightning tribulation of the world can't hurt me. Low voices could be heard one after another. The lightning tribulation belonged to the power of disaster. As long as it was the power of disaster, it would be restrained by Lin Feng. This was the power of the art of great disaster. Bang! Lin Feng swung his right fist and punched out. His punch collided with the mountain-like lightning tribulation. This punch, it actually shattered the lightning tribulation. Ha 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 ha! The art of great disaster is indeed a peerless technique. It can even break through the lightning tribulation. Tyrannical lightning art, absorb. Lin Feng laughed, and then used the tyrannical lightning art to absorb the power of the lightning tribulation in the void. After the tyrannical lightning art absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation, it was immediately transformed into runes. All the runes were integrated into the divine ability array formed by the tyrannical lightning art. The divine ability array formed by the tyrannical lightning art was gradually being perfected. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, an even more powerful lightning tribulation was brewing. The heavenly Tao didn't give up, and it still wanted to kill Lin Feng. The lightning tribulation descended from the heavens, destroying the world. The lightning tribulation condensed into an army crushing the void and rushing toward Lin Feng. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of thousands of soldiers and horses. The destructive power of the lightning tribulation this time was far greater than the previous ones. The long river of disaster, crossing the past, present, and future. Heaven and earth are not destroyed, but disaster exists forever. Heaven and earth are destroyed, but disaster wreaks havoc. In this world, the power of disaster is eternal, and it will never disappear. The existence that blasphemes the Tao of great disaster will eventually be punished by the Tao of great disaster. Lin Feng continued to move forward in the void. Suddenly, a large river surged under his feet. This was the river of great disaster. It was a river formed by the great disaster spell. When the army formed by the lightning tribulation rushed over, they were instantly drowned by the long river of disaster. The second tribulation collapsed once again. Lin Feng continued to operate the Sky Tyrant lightning art, devouring the power of the lightning tribulation. Other cultivators would be scared half to death if they encountered the lightning tribulation. Even though he could withstand the lightning tribulation, he had to be extremely careful, as if he was facing a great enemy. But Lin Feng cultivated the great disaster art and completely ignored the power of the lightning tribulation. Not only could it ignore the lightning tribulation, but it could even devour the power of the lightning tribulation. If other cultivators saw this, they would probably be scared to death. 36 consecutive lightning tribulations descended, but all of them were shattered by Lin Feng. As for the Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation, after absorbing a large amount of thunder tribulation energy, it finally transformed from the perfection stage to the great perfection stage. Of all the techniques that Lin Feng had practiced, This was the first technique that had evolved to the level of great perfection. Above the divine ability grand array formed by the sky tyrant thunder art, the phantom of the thunder god appeared. While Lin Feng was communicating with the thunder god opened its eyes. The thunder god opened its eyes. As it blinked, endless power of lightning intertwined. I am the thunder god, sovereign of the thunder Tao, master of the Tao of thunder. The thunder god spoke. As if it had its own will, it spoke to Lin Feng from afar. This was the effect of a divine ability grand array. When a divine ability grand array reached grand array, not only would the power of the divine ability greatly increase, but it would also give the divine ability spirituality. The phantom of the thunder god was the spirituality condensed by the sky tyrant thunder art. Once the divine ability gained spirituality, it would be able to continuously cultivate on its own day and night. It would continuously increase the power of the divine ability. Lin Feng wouldn't even need to cultivate the sky tyrant thunder art in the future, because the spirituality produced by the sky tyrant thunder art would cultivate on its own. This would save Lin Feng a lot of time. At the same time, the sky tyrant thunder art's power would continuously increase. After the sky tyrant thunder art reached grand array, Lin Feng soared into the sky. He summoned the river of calamity and directly tore apart the sea of lightning in the sky. The lightning tribulation cannot harm me. The heavenly Tao cannot erase me, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his fist and punched the ocean of thunder and lightning, breaking it apart. He had awakened his first drop of sovereign blood. The sky tyrant lightning art had also been cultivated to the great circle. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. He flew outside. There was no need to continue staying in Starsift Lake. 3 days later, Lin Feng went to a trading area. There were many people coming and going here. Many people were selling things they didn't need. However, most of them were bartering. Many cultivators were gathered next to a stall. The stall owner was selling a hurricane pearl. The hurricane pearl was very similar to the water avoidance pearl. With the water repellent pearl, even an ordinary person could swim freely in the water without drowning. And with the hurricane pearl, no matter what kind of terrifying storm one encountered, it would be able to resolve it. It was said that even the space-time storms in the outer realms could be easily resolved. This was definitely a top-tier treasure. Many cultivators wanted it, but they couldn't afford it. What's the deal? Lin Feng asked. I want a divine artifact or an immortal medicine of immortality. The cultivator said. This person was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. The hurricane pearl was precious, but how could it compare to a divine artifact or an immortal medicine of immortality? A top-tier Tao artifact, the dragon sword. I'll trade with you. Lin Feng took out a treasured sword. He had killed many experts recently and collected dozens of Tao artifacts. There were also a few powerful top-tier Tao artifacts. However, Lin Feng had no use for them. This is a hurricane pearl, an extremely rare treasure. It should be worth at least a demigod artifact, right? The cultivator said. Lin Feng said, the hurricane pearl is rare, but it's only useful when you encounter wind-type spirit techniques or space-time storms. You definitely won't lose out on a top-tier Tao artifact. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. Lin Feng pretended to leave. Wait, just trade. The cultivator said. Lin Feng made the trade and put the hurricane pearl away. When Lin Feng returned from the star trial, he had been attacked by an astral beast and was swallowed by a space-time storm. He had almost died tragically. If he had a treasure like the hurricane pearl, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. Therefore, it was better to have a hurricane pearl on him. Moreover, with the Hurricane Pearl, he could suppress all wind-type spirit techniques in the future. If he fought against wind-type spirit techniques in the future, his opponent would be completely suppressed. Therefore, it was necessary to have a Hurricane Pearl on him. Lin Feng walked into the distance. Suddenly, he froze. In front of him was a beautiful and enchanting woman. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. He had never thought that he would meet this woman here.